Hey. So I'm gonna invite some people in. Um, awesome. So I probably should get out my phone and tell people we're live. This is so exciting. So I've never had Dr. Pepper before, and I'm going to try Dr. Pepper for the first time. Ever. Let's hope it doesn't explode. Yeah, so this is an 11-hour live stream. Let's hope we could last 11 hours. I know I have to. So yeah, anyone who wants to come in, put this in the background or anything like that, feel free to do that. Yeah, so I've never been a fan of Dr. Pepper, but I've also never tried it. So here we go. Let me just turn this down. So we're watching Nightmare on Elm Street, and the official snack is cookies. Cookies, cookies, cookies. Um, wow, it's actually really good. I actually really like it. That's really weird. I never thought I would like Dr. Pepper. I wonder if it's like a new formula. Because I've never heard anything good about Dr. Pepper. All right, let's invite some people. Inviting people. Woo, 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 woo. I think it's a lot louder. I don't know if anyone could hear this. I don't want copyright. I don't want to get a copyright strike. Um, yeah, so Nightmare on Elm Street has always been one of my favorites. When I was little, I used to rent them a lot, and one time, this is one of my favorite times, I went to my uncle's for a sleepover, and we watched a marathon of them, and it was so fun. So that kind of like reminded me of like, I I would just have the time of my life doing a Nightmare on Elm Street um, marathon. So that's actually where I got the inspiration from this. I had a marathon when I was little, and it was so fun. I'm saying live now on our out of context horror YouTube channel. Come join. So let's see if anyone joins. Wow, I can't believe I actually like Dr. Pepper. Yeah, so random. So I have a whole bunch of drinks here. So with my setup, I have like crackers here, and I think that's gonna be the meals, but crackers with avocados. I have tissues. I don't think I'm going to cry, but I might have to use it to blow my nose. And I decided to be on the couch because I feel like that's a warm and welcoming environment. I know it's not very horror, but I want it to be cozy because I love cozy. It looks like I'm getting hearts, but I don't see anyone here. Yeah, and then I have like a couple drinks and a bunch of cookies. Hey, good morning, Joe. Um, I'm already watching Nightmare on Elm Street, the first one. And yeah, I love the opening. How their use of fire, I think, is really interesting because they don't make a big deal about his burns, but it's like a really big part of the story and his lore. Um, oh yeah, something about like horror movies in the like 70s to 90s, the parents always seem so horrible. Um I don't know if that was like a generational thing, but they just always seem so negative. And even in it, the remake, the parents are horrendous. Yeah, but I think that's interesting. The idea of isolation, and especially in horror, this idea that there's no one to turn to, um, I think is important in the genre. I think about Halloween when Laurie is being chased by Michael and she knocks on the door of like houses and they just turn the light off and don't let her in, which is really fascinating. So I actually tried Dr. Pepper for the first time. I don't know if anyone saw that. I never tried it before. And it was really good. I was really surprised. I'm not sure if anyone else likes Dr. Pepper. So I actually have like a lot of soda and drinks. So um, there's Dr. Pepper, cherry Coke, which people say Dr. Pepper is just like cherry Coke, ginger ale, and then seltzer. I'm actually a big fan of seltzer, and I rarely have soda, so this is like a big treat for me. Which I wanted the live stream to feel really, really fun and exciting, and something I wouldn't normally do. Even like the idea of watching a marathon, like I so rarely watch TV or movies anymore. Need to check out Wineville by Brandy Roderick. Great horror movie. Highly recommend. Cherry Coke is my crack. Yeah, me too. Um, I try to only have it on special occasions. Uh, I will have to check that out. Yeah, I usually only have seltzer. If it's like a celebration or something, then I'll have soda. Something I love about the Nightmare on Elm Street series is that it's like really colorful. Um, I think Chucky is the only one that I think of that is like as colorful as a horror movie. Um, Thanks for the compliment on the nails. How are the movies chosen? I think going forward, if we continue live streaming, we might just do like one movie and like pair it with like a snack or a drink or something. And I think maybe we could poll people. The first live stream we ever did was a horror was the Halloween, the first original film, because it absolutely terrifies me, and I thought it would be really fun to celebrate. Um, I think it was 500. We were celebrating 500 subs. And yeah, I thought my favorite horror movie would be the perfect one for that. And I had so many like just random facts about it and trivia, because when I was little, I used to go on like forums and like read all of the trivia about the movies. Um yeah, the reason I did Nightmare on Elm Street, and I actually did discuss this a little bit before anyone got on, was I had the idea to do like an 11-hour live stream because it seemed so out there, and also it seemed like it'd be totally fun. So I chose Nightmare on Elm Street because when I was little, I had a sleepover with my uncle, and we watched like we rented all the Nightmare on Elm Streets, and it was so fun. We had snacks, and yeah, I think I probably shouldn't have been watching horror at such a young age, but I wouldn't change a thing. And I absolutely love it. I remember seeing the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the drive-in. They had a guy with a live chainsaw running around the place. He was dressed as Leatherface. Oh wow, that seems frightening. Um, I actually haven't really been in like haunted houses and stuff like that. Like when like places put together like a haunted house, not like a real haunted house. I wouldn't know if I was in a real haunted house. Yeah, I love the outfits in this. It's adorable. Um, Also, in a lot of like horror movies, I feel like you can always tell like this person is going to die. I don't know if anyone else can tell. Like, that's something I love about horror is that I think it is the most predictable genre. And I think there's something safe about that. There's something super safe about that, in my opinion. So I think we're at like around 630 subs. So I did a poll and people said we should celebrate 666. But I'm a little superstitious, so I don't know if I don't know what I'll be comfortable doing for 666 because it's kind of scary. Um yeah, I don't want to like welcome in a negative energy. I don't know if anyone believes in that stuff, but I think there's definitely negative energy out there. Um, and it's important to protect yourself from it. I'm going to try this again. I actually really liked it. I raised my daughter on horror movies. She went trick or treating as Freddy at the age of 5. She turned out great. Oh, that's awesome. My dad is my biggest fan. So out of these 5 people, one of them might be my dad. But I don't think he'd be in the chat. Um, I think for every like horror franchise, there's like something you can think about that would like make you no longer like fear that, like kind of like the idea of Michael Myers only coming out on Halloween. Um, and the thing with Freddy is like I think this actually might be the scene where she prays and then he like can't enter her dreams. Um, I find that super interesting. And I used to pray every night, so that wouldn't happen to me. I wouldn't go anywhere near 666. I'm not superstitious, although a relative did appear in the first Omen movie. Oh wow. Yeah, I honestly feel superstitious about it. Um I also don't know what I would do for 666 because I wouldn't want to do anything that is like anything that like feels like it has a negative energy to it. Like I love horror movies, but at the same time like I actually don't love like things that are just disturbing for the sake of being disturbing, and I feel like 666 energy is like disturbing for the sake of being disturbing. um yeah, if anyone has any ideas on how to celebrate or is very much against celebrating 666, um put it in the chat. You'll probably see me zone out on the movies. So far to celebrate milestones, we have done commentary videos. Like we did one on The Exorcist. The 500 was a live stream. We did an animation for 500 too. Yeah, I wonder what we could do. I think in the future we're gonna be introducing cosplay. Um, and I'm so excited. I have an idea for a cosplay video or like a series of videos. Um, and yeah, I want to keep it a surprise, but that'd be really fun. If anyone has any people they think I should cosplay as or characters, please put it in the chat and I will write them down. My favorite characters are actually like the classic slashers. Like I absolutely love those characters. I also love Tiffany from Bride of Chucky. I think numbers can have meanings, even if it's just because society makes it that way. I find it interesting that even subconsciously we may take on their meaning. Yeah, I kind of like am creeped out by the idea of 666. Like it really freaks me out. After the Exorcist movie, I glued my bed down. Is that a figure of speech? Took a spear gun swimming after Jaws and showered with the curtain open after Psycho. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think everyone can relate to that. Oh, I missed the creative's mirror. Oh, never mind. I did read that one about meaning. Curious, the creative's mirror. MJ, do you think we should celebrate 666? I feel like I kind of want to stay away from the energy, but also I love a good excuse to celebrate something. Yeah, Freddy is just like so comical. Like he's absolutely comical. Um But also, how true is it in life that some of the most disturbing people like have a sense of humor that is disturbing? Um, I don't know if this is too loud. If it's too loud, please let me know. Um, yeah, curious if MJ is there. Um, has any thought on 666 celebrations? Um, Joe, did you see the Exorcist commentary? I don't think it's bad for celebration of 666. I'm just turning this down because it's actually really loud. Interesting. Any ideas for the celebration of 666? Very like I would love to do something wholesome that is very much not like the lore of 666. I'm just watching the movie. I think this was Johnny Depp's first movie. No commentary on Johnny Depp. Yeah, it's always so funny in these movies, especially if it's like supernatural, like how all of the adults are so dismissive. And I feel like that adds to the fear. This idea that, like, again, there's no one to turn to, um, and that you're in it alone. I think that's even like for mental health reasons, like can feel very isolating. Yes, I read The Making of the Exorcist. No 666 or Ouija boards. Not inviting Satan in my life. Yeah. Yeah, I think when I started this channel, a lot of people reached out and said they had Ouija board stories, like things that happen after they use a Ouija board. The original Exorcist, I think the boy it's like actually based on like his story. He used a Ouija board, and then his aunt passed away, and then that's when he started having problems. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like to do something like wholesome for like 666 and like, very much like protect the energy. Um it's the part of the movie where her friend just died and everyone is starting to think she's crazy. And something I love about these movies is I feel like it has an undertone of this like idea of like gaslighting and medical gaslighting in terms of mental health. I think about the third one, Dream Warrior. How could I cosplay it turning the numbers upside down? I'm curious um what cosplay that would be. Like what would I be cosplaying? But that's really interesting. The idea of something being upside down. I really love that. Um I'd love some suggestions on how I would cosplay that. Where 6 is a number of change, 9 is a number of completion, of completing something. Hmm. Yeah, I'd like to kind of like maybe get into the meaning of numbers. Hey, good morning. The meaning of numbers rather than the superstition behind it. Um, I love the idea of the sixes and nines. Um, and maybe like I do a video and like part one would be 666 and part two would be like 999. And if we like get to 999 we would celebrate it, which also is like a really exciting number because that's one under 1,000, and 1,000 is a big milestone for YouTube. Good idea. Yeah, that'd be so fun. um I have noticed generationally in Halloween, they carried their books. And this, I think, is 1984. Halloween was the end of the 70s. She has a backpack, so she's not carrying her books. All superstitions come from some truth. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. It's frightening. So frightening, but um, it's true. That's like actually really true. I love the look of the books um, from that time period. I'm sure they smell really great. I don't know if anyone likes the smell of books, but I like absolutely love the smell of books. Um, I'm thinking about what a 666 celebration would look like. I love the idea of having it be about numbers and 999, like a part 1, part 2. Yeah, I love walking into bookstores too and new book smell. I actually like old book smell too, but I don't know if it's healthy or if it's if it's not a healthy thing to smell. Um, yeah, I would love to light a candle right now, but I have a rule that I don't light candles when I'm watching horror movies because I'm really superstitious about it. Nothing like the smell of flipping the pages on a new book and even older paperbacks. Yes, absolutely. My favorite book is Phenomenology of Perception. Uh, it's a translation from Merleau-Ponty, and I love the smell of it. I got it at Strand in the city. The smell of an old library is really satisfying. That's interesting. Yeah, I haven't been to a library in a while. I really should go. Do you read horror books, and what is one of your faves? Um, hmm. I'm in the middle of it. Obviously, that that takes a while. Someone did ask if I would start a horror book club, which I think would be really fun to, read books together because um I will pick up books and then, not finish reading them. Um I liked Doctor Sleep, which was the sequel to The Shining. I would say for horror books, does anything ever beat Stephen King? Um, I think that's what I would if I read more horror books, it would just be Stephen King's work, I would think. I'm curious about The Exorcist the novel. Um, do you read horror books? Does anyone have a favorite horror book? I hear so many good things about it. What about if the number 666 was celebrated as a number of superstition in such a way that possibly superstitions are things that might somewhat keep us safe, or the idea of it? Uh, Someone said interesting. Yeah, I wonder what that would look like. Because I think a lot of people like have commentary on superstitions that it's silly, and I actually do not believe that at all. I think superstitions like have power, and I'm very superstitious. The making of the Exorcist book has a lot of weird things that happened while making the movie. Ooh, that would be interesting to read. Also spooky. Curious, has anyone ever had a dream about Freddy Krueger? I'm super curious. Even if you're on and you feel like you might not use the chat, consider using the chat if you have. I think it would be neat to have like a list of suggestions that either you or someone else kind of adhere to. I probably have too many. Um, You should check out the Hannibal books. What is the series? Is the series called Hannibal? And is that like Silence of the Lambs? Um, I'm curious. Oh, MJ, yeah. One of my favorite Stephen King's book is actually Insomnia. Ooh, what's that one about? I would have nightmares of Freddy as a child. Interesting. By Thomas Harris, and yes, that Hannibal. Yeah, I've had nightmares about Freddy before. Not many as a child, more as an adult. Not all of them were nightmares. Also, since you like King, did you ever read Mr. Mercedes? No, I haven't. Insomnia is about a man who is insomnia kind of starts to let him see different things. I really liked the concept of this actually. That sounds awesome. One, two, Freddy's coming for you. You still get stuck in my head. Yeah, I think about that sometimes too. Um, Worse as a child. Yeah. I think it's always fascinating in horror movies where like a group of people are victimized when they all kind of like realize they're victimized by the same thing. Like in this one, I think maybe a multiple ones, like they all kind of like talk about how they all have dreams about Freddy, and then like in It, when they all realize that they're having hallucinations, if you would call it that. Who hums the theme to Jaws while smiling? Is this a riddle? It's the bathtub scene, which I think was in the remake. I'm not sure if we'll get to the remake, but we're 33 minutes in and we have 12 more hours. No, just kidding. Actually, I really should never do math publicly. Fun fact, Jaws never terrified me to go into the water. I was already terrified. Why were you already terrified? What were you terrified of? Um, Oceans are terrifying. Curious, was it like something that made you terrified of oceans? Yeah, the effects are good. I like how they have a lot of things like in the stairs when she like sinks into the stairs, or like when she like sinks into things. I think about like when with Johnny Depp's character sinks into the bed. Like those are some of my favorite visuals. I mean, have you seen the things that come out of them? The mystery of the deeps. Yeah. I feel like there's so much we don't know about the ocean that maybe some people know somewhere. It frightens me too. I always think about tsunamis. Why are there not more cartoon horror movies? I can't think of one. I'm gonna Google it. Cartoon horror movies. Yeah, it doesn't look like there really are. Stop motion. Mad God. I think some of these look like they're not that frightening. Ooh, that is frightening. I don't know what that is. Stop motion looks like it might be a little creepy. I have lost where we are in the chat. I think Happy Tree Friends can be classified as a horror TV show. A Nightmare on Elm Street movies were always a lot more creative than the Friday the 13th and Halloween movies. Yeah, they wouldn't be scary. I think that's in context to cartoons. Mad God is really good. Is Mad God horror? I mean, it said it's horror, but I mean, like, is it like actually like terrifyingly scary, or is it more comical? Yes, and all the blood pops from the bed. I know special effects have come a long way, but miss the props or prosthetics made it look more real. Yeah, that's true. I feel like cartoons and claymation can be scary in that they wrap your perception, but I don't know if it's scary in that like thrillers are. That's interesting. Yeah, claymations kind of frighten me. I actually am very fearful of cartoons. Like I think I mentioned on the last live stream that I'm afraid of like Cinderella. There's like this scene that like I literally ran out of the room when I saw it as a kid. They need to bring back props in movies over CGI. Yeah. You know what movie that makes me think of? Jumanji, like the original with Robin Williams. I really love that one. I think I might try some ginger ale. I'm always afraid this is going to explode. Jumanji does have some scary elements. I think Robin Williams is just so incredible. It's like Jumanji is so fun. Like I don't know why this never caught on, but I always as a kid, I would always try to like get us to play Jumanji and like make it seem real. And that was like always a big goal of mine. And like no one was ever as excited for it as I was. And I was like, what? Like, I did not understand how I was the only one who was excited about this. A lot of times I'll be excited about things and like no one will be as excited as I am. And I'll just think to myself, like, how excited I am. And I'm like, I don't know why people just don't get this. One of my favorite classic horror was The Birds. Wow. Yeah, that one's like kind of disturbing, and I think about it every time I see like a flock of birds. He could be intense and made you believe it. Yes, Robin Williams. I miss Robin. Yes, me too. Dead Poet Society, phenomenal. Snow White had some horrible elements as well. Yeah. I loved The Birds. Also, though, hate how Hitchcock treated his actresses. Yeah. That would have been fun playing Jumanji. Right? Thank you. I needed the validation because I did not get it in my childhood about how fun Jumanji would be to play. I think I've had enough ginger ale. So we are almost at the 2-week mark. 111 is like our official anniversary of posting our first videos. Curious, what does everyone think about, if you've seen them, the animations? Because we're going to come out with another drop and it's going to be the same stories. I just really spit. Sorry. Sorry, I don't know if anyone was offended by that. But anyway, we're going to do human voiceovers. And MJ, who is the creative's mirror in the chat, is going to be our director. So I am so thrilled, so excited. I feel like we might do a video celebrating something before the next drop, but we are so excited. LOL, I never thought of playing it as a kid and wish I did. This is pre-phones or tablets and would have been lots of fun. Yes. Yellow, the animation was excellent. Yeah, what do you think about doing the animation with human voiceovers? It's the part where she like gets stuck in the stairs. I think about a lot of these like kind of like supernatural iconic slasher movies and how much of it is like talking about fear we have and how we manage our fear and what we do with our fear and how we can't let our fear control us. When I first put out Lantern Lines, which was the ebook that was the first drop, it was all about facing your fears. Human voiceovers is a fabulous idea. I have actually seen some pretty terrifying AI transformations lately. Like AI has a really disturbing way of moving from one scene to the other. Yes, I actually find it so fascinating. I have enjoyed the animation. I think the human voice over is going to add a more human personal element. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I can't wait for the drop. And then I'm working on some stories for the second drop, and we're going to see if the human narration or AI voiceovers, which ones, are better. And I'm going to poll people too. The Phone Booth was a suspenseful kind of horror movie. Is there more to that? I don't know if I remember what the Phone Booth is. I'm going to Google it right now. The Phone Book horror movie. Ooh. No, this is Black Phone. Did anyone see the new movie Possession? I know you did. Put your thoughts in the chat. Phone Booth. Is that with Colin Farrell? Is that how you say his name? Is that his name? Sometimes I'll think of names and I'll be like, is that correct? Some people consider the original Terminator a sci-fi horror movie. Do you agree? Uh I don't know. Is it a horror movie? I guess it could be. I really enjoyed the camera and perspective of it. It was short, so it is a good quick one. The Possession was a great movie. Yes, Colin Farrell, good movie. Yeah, I've seen that before. I have like vague memories of like going to Blockbuster and watching it on a Friday night. Phone booth. I miss Blockbuster. I miss Blockbuster so much. Oh, here's an argument my friends my friends and I have. Thrillers are a version of horror. Yes or no? Yes. It was fun going to Blockbuster. Miss seeing the options. Yeah, right? Yeah. I'm curious. MJ, are you in the boat? Yes or no? I think there's like subgenres of horror. Um, yeah, thrillers are yes, like Seven. Think about Seven. That's horror. Horror. You know what actually is really disturbing? The Da Vinci Code. That's actually really disturbing. A lot of the parts with the villain is like absolutely disturbing. It's funny though because when you like go on any streaming service, thrillers and horror are two separate categories. Yeah, that's true. I still like the old classic but cheesy horror. The costumes cracked me up. Curious, can you give me an example? Yeah, I'd love an example of movies where the costumes cracked you up. I don't know if I know who Art the Clown is. Art the Clown. Oh. Um I think the Terrifier was something someone wanted me to cosplay. Um I haven't seen it though. Maybe we'll do a live stream of it. Now Nancy is getting tests run. And I think this is a great example of people thinking something's wrong with her rather than believing her experience of what's going on. The classic blown up bugs and spider and the creature from the Black Lagoon costume. Oh, watched a bunch of horror comedy like The Ginger Dead Man for holidays this year with Gary Busey. Hilarious. That's awesome. They're talking about what dreams are. I'm curious, what is everyone's thoughts on dreams? What do you think dreams are? Hey. Anyone have any thoughts on dreams? Silver Bullet was my favorite Busey movie. I think I need more caffeine. I'm zoning out watching this dream part because I find it fascinating. They're doing like a dream study. I think dreams are our subconscious trying to tell us something, but sometimes I feel there's a supernatural element to it. Yeah. Does anyone believe in astral projection? Agreed. Yeah, MJ believes in astral projection. I have a story about that. In the 90s, set in the 90s. I do. I once felt I was looking down at my body. Oh, out of body experience. Curious, what were you doing? Were you sleeping? Are shows involving zombies horror? I know the first one was Night of the Living Dead. I think so. I think there are subgenres in horror. I've been working really hard to pronounce horror in a way that is articulate because I have struggled to say it because I do like an A sound for an O and it doesn't sound like heart, it sounds like heart. Um I was sleeping. I think I mixed up out of body with astral projection. I mean, it could be the same thing. Who knows? Who are the experts on it? She just pulled the hat out of the dream. I was sleeping. I think you read that. You love horror. Yeah, I love horror. Also, like how bizarre that they all know exactly who Freddy Krueger is and they just like don't tell her. It's just a nightmare. Interesting. Curious, does anyone have recurring nightmares, like the same nightmare over and over again? My recurring nightmares are usually about Michael Myers. What series are out that you consider horror? Series? I like rarely watch television or like streaming. If I do, it's like a special event. Um, I think like American Horror Story, if it's still going on. I don't know if Dexter would be considered it. My ex-wife is in my dreams sometimes, and yes, it is horror. I have a question for the crowd. What is a book that was horror that you wish they did a better job at the movie or TV series or need a series out of? Mine is the Dark Tower series by Stephen King. What is a book that was horror that you wish they did a better job at the movie? I don't know if I have one. I will have dreams of being chased over and over again. It's a recurring theme. It's very interesting. Um, yeah, I think being chased means you're avoiding something. The Shining book was better. Yeah, I think Stephen King didn't like the adaptation. I think in general, the book is always better than the movie. I mean, is there any movie that's better than the book? Dr. Pepper tastes like fizzy Benylin. I have no idea what that is. And by the context, I feel like I shouldn't look it up. It's a cough syrup in the UK. What time is it over in the UK? 6 p.m. Oh, 1700. I don't think I know my military time. Five p.m. Nancy's mom is telling her how they killed Freddy Krueger. How long have you been live streaming so far? 1 hour and 5 seconds. Only 10 more hours to go. If you are lucky, the book might be just as good. I do read there is debate a lot of people are referring or preferring the Harry Potter movies over the books. Interesting. Just the 10 left. You can do it. Thank you. The Freddy meeting, Jason was just a money draw. I think I saw that when I was young. And I wasn't that big of a fan of Friday the 13th. I'm admiring the old phones with the cords. Yeah, I'm curious. What was everyone's favorite Nightmare on Elm Street film? I know a lot of people like the third one. Yeah, thanks for everyone who's here for the streaming. It's so fun. They put Jason in space. What's next? Time travel where he meets Jack the Ripper. Did anyone ever look up like Jack the Ripper and that theory that it was a woman? Um, it's so fascinating. Yeah, kind of bizarre putting Jason in space. I did think that. I saw that one. Is anyone a Nightmare on Elm Street fan? The first one, third, and then New Nightmare. Yeah, I think the third one's really good. There's some of them I haven't seen. I stopped watching TV and movies for a significant period of time. They could do a Chucky's Bride and call it Ripper's Husband. I didn't, but I will now about Jack the Ripper maybe being a woman. Yeah, I forget the context of it. It was like someone's husband like cheated on them and like I think she killed him and the person that he cheated on her with, and then people were like they think it was her, and she like wrote something in the newspaper that was like really ominous, and everyone thinks it was about that. Yeah, that's awesome. It's awesome that you're a fan of the franchise. The neighbors are like looking in Nancy's window. They're saying she's a lunatic. I feel like in a lot of horror movies, sometimes like the villain isn't really the horror. Like I feel like sometimes like the generation of parents are. It would explain the dead prostitutes if her husband was unfaithful in the UK. Yeah. I forget what the story is. I'm gonna look up um Jack the Ripper theory about a woman. I don't know if that's enough to look it up. Jill the Ripper theory is the idea that Jack the Ripper was actually a woman, most likely a midwife. The theory is based on circumstantial evidence, including the possibility that a woman could have committed the murders without being suspected. Um, I don't think this is the exact. I'm trying to look for the woman they thought it was. Jill the Ripper. Oh, this is too complicated. Mary. Mary Piercy was the only female suspect considered by detectives at the time. She was executed in 1890 for murdering her lover's wife and child. Some say she used a similar method to the Ripper. Aberline, the detective leading the investigation, thought it possible the killer was a woman. He was particularly interested in the case of Mary Kelly, the fifth victim, after a witness reported seeing a woman leaving her home. Midwives' working hours. Midwives' hours were unpredictable, which could have provided an alibi for being present late at night. Anatomical knowledge. Midwives would have the anatomical knowledge needed to kill the victim, such as cutting veins and using pressure points. Um, Mary Piercy, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, who was convicted in 1980 of brutally murdering her lover's wife and child. The nature of her crime involved slashing and mutilation, led some to draw parallels to the Ripper killings. That's an interesting observation. It's always the parents not believing the children. Yeah. And also like I think you have to think of the idea of fear and the role of fear. And I think for a lot of children, there's like a fear of parents. Um and it's like for someone to be fearful, sometimes they can have like an overbearing parent. And I think in a lot of films, the characters sometimes are trapped within their own mind, and in overcoming whatever they have to overcome with the killer, they like find freedom from what was being trapped in their own mind, in my own opinion. um like in The Exorcist, um she's really torn apart about her parents fighting, and she's like, hiding, listening on the phone, and when they were fighting, and how she just grew so much closer to her mom from that experience. um yeah. It's the blood part where Johnny Depp's character falls into the bed and then all the blood comes out. What horror movie did you watch and feel sorry for the killer? Um, I had a dream about Freddy Krueger, and he said like they didn't get it right in the movies, that they didn't really depict who he really was, and in the movie, he like accidentally like cut up my arms, and I don't know. I think I do kind of feel sorry for Freddy Krueger in some strange way. I felt sorry for Freddy. Yeah, me too. Now everyone's looking at the blood through the ceiling. 111, 22. Um, yeah, does anyone else feel sorry for the killers in movies? Um, yeah, that is so interesting about the Jack the Ripper stuff. Curious, is anyone a fan of true crime? In the movie Misery, I felt sorry for her. Yeah. I mean, I could see that because it's like obviously she has a problem. Um, Nancy is coming up with a plan to get Freddy. Which is really awesome. Best true crime documentary is The Jinx. Robert Durst is so disturbing. I haven't seen it. I'm zoning out in the movie a little bit. Um, it's so fascinating. Again, like the idea that like the parents are like almost like adversarial. This seems like a little bit of a different group than the last time we live streamed. Is there anyone I'm curious, what's everyone's favorite movie? Horror movie. Mine's Halloween. The original Exorcist. I did a commentary on that movie on this channel. Yeah, I love that one. I'm curious if MJ's still here. Because I would love her thoughts on celebrating the next milestone. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna check in with MJ. It's hard to pick one. Exorcist, Nightmare on Elm, Silence of the Lambs, Rosemary's Baby. Um, yeah, they're all classic. Absolutely epic. I like where they added the deleted scenes. Curious. In The Exorcist, are you talking about deleted scenes in The Exorcist? I think I got one with like the extended version, maybe like 20 years ago. Yeah, I don't know. Have you seen the scene where she goes down the stairs backwards? I think they cut it out of like the streaming one. Like she is doing a back bend and crawls down the stairs. I think that was in the extended version, but I've watched The Exorcist twice in the last 2 months and I did not notice the stair part. Yeah. Were there any other scenes? Cuz I was trying to remember which ones were in the extended version. The spider back bend. I do remember that. Yeah, I'm curious when they took it out. Um Someone had said to me that like the scariest part in that movie is that back bend. But I wonder why they took it out. It's a very scary visual. It creeps me out for sure. It wasn't in the original. Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder why they took it out. Does anyone have the backstory there on that scene? She's looking for Freddy Krueger now. Yes, we are almost to the end of the movie. I think she like takes him out of the dream, so I think there's actually a while left. Actually, let me just pause this because I don't think anyone's watching at the same time. So, 12 minutes left for movie one and then movie two. So a lot of people say they don't like the second Nightmare on Elm Street, and some people say it's a signature part of the series. Wow, a long stream. Hi. Hey, actually, we're doing an 11-hour stream. I don't know if you could see the title, Bruce. And if you are already a follower or a subscriber. Yeah, we're going to do an 11-hour stream. Curious, does anyone watch those documentaries on serial killers? She's looking for him in her dream and timing it. Yeah, it's strange to see him without his hat. Freddy Krueger. I got distracted watching the movie. I think it's the ending, I guess, battle scene, if you could call it that. Also, his sweater is so iconic. Like, you can recognize that sweater anywhere. And how fascinating that she like actually takes him out of the dream. Does Robert still do Freddy at Comic Cons? I don't know. I don't know if I can Google that. I would Google that if I thought I could find out. He's falling down the stairs. And also, I think, was it her dad? I don't know if it was her dad. I think it might have been her dad. I think he was supposed to wake her up in 20 minutes and he didn't. Yeah, it is her dad. I'm so distracted by the movie because it's action packed right now. It was slow for most of it. Nancy is such a great character. The best movies are the ones with her versus Freddy. Yeah. How many other ones is she actually in? I think she's in Dream Warriors, but I wasn't sure if she was in other ones. And I actually didn't see the remake, so if we get to those, it'll be really fun to watch it for the first time. Yeah, I'm so excited to watch a third one, but it's going to be a few hours. She's only in 3 of the movies in the series. What's the third one? The first one, the third one, and what's the other one she's in? I could probably Google this. How many movies is Nancy? Thanks, Joe. Have a good one. New Nightmare. Oh. I won't Google it. Does she play herself, or is it like a cameo? It could be a cameo as herself, like not herself, but Nancy, rather than a new character. I don't remember how this one ends. Her mom just disappeared. Oh, that's interesting. It's one of my favorite endings because it isn't a happy one. Hey, Paul. Can I say how much of a relief it is when someone's YouTube account name is their name that I know them by? Some of you, I can't keep track of all your aliases. What's the secret? Oh, it's just a dream. That's a secret. Sometimes I get injured in my dream and I am hurt in real life too. Curious, anyone who's here, have you ever felt pain in your dream? Because there's a theory that people can't feel pain in their dream, but I personally feel pain in my dreams. The visuals of this movie is really beautiful. Like the flowers. I really love the flowers. The red roses. I haven't felt pain, but I do know people who have from their dreams. Yeah. It's the ending, and they're in the car. Her screaming mother reminds me of The Exorcist. So that was the first one. We've officially watched the first film. I think I have to find the second one now. So the second one, a lot of people either love it or hate it. Steel-clawed Freddy is up to his cuticles in carnage again in this sequel, in which he terrorizes a new family. Yeah, such a good ending with the nursery rhyme too at the end, knowing he is not gone. The second one is an acquired taste. It did grow on me. Yeah. What did you think of Freddy versus Jason? I'm actually not that big of a fan of Jason. I have like no real feelings toward it. I hope that that changes eventually. But yeah, I remember when I watched Freddy versus Jason the first time, I was like, this just is never ending. It's like a never ending movie. Um, it was almost like too many battles from what I remember. I think we won't get to Freddy versus Jason today, and also that seems like it would be a different one. Like maybe I do a night Friday the 13th marathon. Um, Freddy's Revenge. What did everyone else think of Freddy versus Jason? So the second one is starting. We are officially in one for 1 hour and 32 minutes. It was less of a scary movie and more of an action. It wasn't bad if you know that going in. Yeah. I don't remember there being a lot of suspense. I enjoyed it. I thought it was better than the remakes of Nightmare and Freddy that were made. Ooh, I actually hope I get to the remake today because I haven't seen the Nightmare on Elm Street remake. I think it came out in 2010. I could be wrong about that. I haven't seen this one since I was a kid, so I don't remember why some people love it, some people hate it. Yikes. Um, so I think I might do a quick bathroom break. um, I'm not sure if I should leave you with a meditation or not. Um, Does anyone want a meditation, or are they okay with a break without any audio? Thank you. I was wondering how the bathroom breaks would work, or food, because 11 hours is long. Props to you for doing this. I think I'll be okay with food because I have cookies over there. In the beginning, I showed kind of everything I had. Whatever works for you. And I have like crackers with avocado and some crushed stuff, like seasoning. Hello. Hey, I think we're going to take a quick bathroom break. I don't know if I should mute. Whatever works for me is the consensus. I think I'll do a meditation. That's a long meditation. I'm not going to be gone that long. I welcome you into this meditation with me today. Can everyone hear that? This is about healing, and that your healing does not come from anything outside of yourself. I'm gonna slide away. Sacred space. If I can. What we do, the actions we take, the choices we make to get to that place is very important. But it's in that place where we find the healing. We find the healing inside. There's no one who holds the key to our healing. It is meeting ourselves in our own sacred space. Think of the meaning of Namaste. The divine in me recognizes the divine in you. It's that space where we connect with the divine inside of us. I welcome you to close your eyes if they aren't already. I don't know. That was the meditation. Thanks for everyone who stayed on the break. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm curious, does anyone have any questions for me, even if they're random? I know I get a lot of questions when I do like ask me anythings. Thank you, Paul. I tried Dr. Pepper for the first time and it actually wasn't bad. I've been missing out. Well, I don't drink soda that much, so I don't know if I could really say I'm missing out, but I could see why people don't like this movie already, because it's like kind of bizarre, like in dream world. And although the other ones have elements of this, it seems like it could possibly have less of a story. Yeah, I'm just gonna post to let people know we're live streaming. We are in our second hour. About to be in our second hour of our 11-hour live stream. Stop by and say hi on our out of context horror. Thanks to the person who's here. I don't know if it's my dad. We're about to be in our second hour of our 11-hour live stream. Oh, it's you, Paul. Hey. We are about to be in our second hour of our 11-hour live stream. Stop by and say hi on our Out of Context Horror YouTube channel right now. Oh, I do actually remember this movie now that I see the main character. I don't know if this says what year this is. I don't know. If it's a new set of people here, what are your favorite horror movies? And do you read any horror books? I love watching movies from a different generation because it is like a time capsule. The second Nightmare on Elm Street, I'm not sure if I'm a fan. I think the third one is just one of the best ever. Out of all their movies in the franchise. Curious if anyone wants to say hi in the chat. Yeah, gym class in like the 70s and 80s, or it's so fascinating. I'm watching them play baseball. I'm not a big sports fan. I do kind of remember him, the main character, being bullied a lot in this film, and yeah, I find that really interesting. especially because it's like about revenge. And you really see a shift in bullying like ending in the 80s. Um, when was Revenge of the Nerds? Let me just. I know it's not horror, but I think it's fascinating. Revenge of the Nerds, 1984. Yeah, I feel like there was a shift in bullying culture in the 80s. And like you didn't really see it in the 90s. Also, like the idea of like parents being bullies in a lot of these horror movies. Like I know this isn't horror, but in Breakfast Club, like the idea of the guy's like a bully because his father was like a bully to him. Um I also forget that it happens on Elm Street. Like that's a big premise of the movie. Um I think bullying is different on each in each era. Today, for sure, is social media. That's really interesting. Yeah, like cyberbullying. I actually get so much hate online. Like people have said the most horrible things to me. Um um yeah, sometimes people are really aggressive in my messages, whether that's like very affectionate in like an inappropriate way or like um if I'm not receptive to that, sometimes people will like kind of like get a little crazy on me, which is crazy. They say those things. You are very nice. Yeah, like I remember I posted, it was one of the first times I ever did like a full mirror picture, and it was when I was selling leggings from my boutique, and I like posted about how I was selling these leggings from my boutique, and someone was like saying how I was overweight, and they like said like, oh yeah, like if I had my way, like all guys would be with chubby girls. And it was like so horrendous. I was so upset about it. But then I blocked him, and yeah, it actually did affect like my ability to like eat. And I've struggled with eating disorders before, and I felt so like every time I went to like open the fridge, I thought about that comment, and it was really hard for me to even eat. And recently someone thought I had someone thought I wrote a tweet about them and like about how they were messaging me, and it actually had nothing to do with them, and they were just someone I actually had no relationship with, and I didn't know. They just randomly messaged me, and they thought my tweet was about them, and they called me the B word, and it was really aggressive, and I was actually fearful. Um And they were like, no wonder no wonder no one's ever loved you. And I was like, whoa, slow down there. But yeah, I like, people come at me with everything, like everything they can come at me with, they do. And I think it's like, I know a lot of the times people say, like, I can't imagine people being mean to you, you're so kind. And I don't think it's about whether or not I'm kind. I think it's just about people will hate on you no matter what you do. And if you just put yourself out there, and I think for anyone who puts themselves out there, they're going to receive hate. And it's not a reflection of their character, it's a reflection of the world sending hate to people who put themselves out there. And also, like, you know, it's always from anonymous accounts and things like that. So, you know, just. So I'm going to have a cookie. I know, I just talked about eating disorders, and now I'm going to have a cookie. What a life we live. So this is white chocolate macadamia. Well, for sure, it connects from bitter people. Don't let them get to you. Yeah, I think I have let them get to me before. That cookie looks delicious. I'd have one too. Yeah, I tried to promote the whole cookie thing, but honestly, I went to 7-Eleven and I got snacks, and I got so many snacks that I felt so insecure about it. And I was like, I don't think I could actually like pair like all the movies we're watching with food, because it'll be so overwhelming. And I got like really self-conscious about like people putting messages about like, oh my god, you're gonna eat that much, or like, oh my god, you're gonna have like 7 sodas and like 7 cookies. So yeah, I got really insecure about pairing it, just because there's so many movies we're gonna be watching. So hey Jordan, I'm just eating a cookie, and we're on the second Nightmare on Elm Street movie. We've been talking about how 80s culture, it was kind of like the end to bullying with like Revenge of the Nerds and stuff like that. An end to bullying as we knew it, because then you see a transition to cyberbullying and social, like people being attacked on social media. I hope no one minds me eating, but it's going to be an 11-hour stream, so I figured I'd just eat on camera. I don't know a way to get around copyright with showing movies and things like that. People have sent me some movies that don't have copyright. I think like if they're public domain, I think after a certain amount of time. But yeah, so that's why I have the movies playing in the background, just for copyright purposes. Hey Jeff, enjoy those snacks during your marathon. Big fan here. Big fan of snacks. What's your favorite snack? Let's hear everyone's favorite snack. I think we're gonna get a dance scene. Anyone have a favorite snack? You and snacks. Oatmeal, cream, pies. I've never had one. Reese's. Yeah, that's good. Cookies, chocolate chip muffins, crisp. What are crisp? That sounds like something that would be in the UK or like Canada. Potato chips. I've never heard anyone call them crisp before. Crisp are UK of chips. Interesting. So I'll show you some of the stuff I have. I have like soda over here, tissues over here. I have this seasoning. So crushed red pepper and everything bagel. And my plan is to have it on these crackers. So I have crackers and avocado. Which would be more of the meal. So I hope that is enough that I am not super hungry. I think that's enough of the cookie for now. Yeah, Paul, are you in the UK? Oh, I didn't know that. Thanks everyone for who's here at the live stream. This is so fun. I'm really loving it. We're on Nightmare on Elm Street, the second one, and they're reading a book. Oh, it looks like a diary. Curious if this is Nancy's house. I wasn't listening in the beginning. Hello, Hector. Welcome. I think I do like this one. The second Nightmare on Elm Street. I wish I could carry out on my couch and join you the whole time. Oh, that'd be so fun. Camp out, carry out. I don't know what that meant. Camp out. Yeah. That's basically what I'm doing. Yeah, I've never done an 11-hour live stream. The longest live stream I've ever done has been like an hour, 2 hours. He just woke up from a nightmare and there's like green slime everywhere. Everything's melting. And he's sweating. Any fans of Nightmare on Elm Street 2? Oh, you know, it actually looks exactly like Nancy's house. Um, he's going down into the basement. Suspenseful. He had a nightmare at the beginning, which I think he saw Freddy, but I don't think he's seen Freddy like since he's read about Freddy. So maybe this is the big reveal. It's Nancy's house. It was Nancy's diary they were reading. That's awesome. He just found the glove. Oh, this is interesting. I think I like the second one. The school bus scene in part 2 freaked me out as a kid. Yeah, in the beginning. The second one has aged well. I need to go back and watch it. Yeah, I think I would recommend it. I don't think it's been on for a long time. I think we're in the beginning of the movie, but I like it. I could see why people don't like it that much. Because it's a kind of random. I love when they talk about dreams in general, like the context of dreams. One time, I was going through a really hard time in my life, like just a hard time in general. And I was really struggling in my own personal life. And a friend of mine reached out, like out of nowhere, out of the blue, and said, and I wasn't telling anyone that I was struggling and I didn't look to anyone for support. I was just kind of like bottling up and keeping it inside. And she was like, "Hey, I'm really worried about you. I had a dream last night and it seemed like you were in a lot of pain." Um and she like described it and it was exactly how I was feeling. Can't stay for the marathon, but just wanted to say that I love the new channel. Really cool and innovative. Also love the Twitter. Stay safe and happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Don't worry about staying for the whole marathon. It's really fun just having people pop in and say hi. And if people are around the world, I know the time doesn't work for everyone. And plus it's Saturday. People are busy. Thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me, truly. I love this channel so much. The birds are going mad. Also, the birds have the same coloring as like Freddy, the red and green. And the claw is kind of like Freddy's claw. Yeah. From what I remember about the third one is it like really has a lot to do with the idea of like medical gaslighting and how they keep trying to put them to sleep Um, I also think I was really upset about someone who died in the third one, but I don't remember who. Again, the parents don't believe in the second. Yeah, it's like kind of bizarre. Part 3 is my fave, I think, overall. Yeah. Dream Warriors. We're officially into the second hour. Um, so I don't know who was here before, but we thought about we think we might do a video for 666 when we get 666 subscribers, and we're going to do something about numbers and superstition. And yeah, we're so excited to celebrate it. I think MJ is going to help with that one. We're at 643 right now on the channel subs. I'm just going to ask MJ if she'll help with a 666 video. MJ, will you help with the 666 video? I'm texting her right now. Numbers and superstition theme. Part 1, 666. Part 2, 999. I'm trying to type so fast that I had so many typos. Unfortunately. Yeah, I can't wait to watch Dream Warriors, the third one. I am so superstitious. Yeah, I actually was so superstitious I didn't think I was going to celebrate it, but we had a chat in the first hour and we were just talking about possibly doing like a part 1 666 and a part 2 999 and have it be like the same video on superstitions and numbers. I'm a big fan of Wes Craven's New Nightmare. I loved how it seemed to blend from real life into the film without Nancy realizing it. It was great getting the guy who played her father in the first one. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I think we might have time for that one today. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm like really excited to see it. Um it looks like might be a kill scene. The gym teacher, maybe? I don't know. It seems like some of you are either watching this film or very familiar with it. Did you ever see the movie The Number 23? It was an interesting concept. The payoff was so, but like the exploration of the numbers. Yeah, was that with the Jim Carrey? Maybe it wasn't with Jim Carrey. I actually, so my birthday is the 23rd, not of this month, but Yeah, I watched that and it was so freaky. It really actually freaked me out. No, so I only watched the trailer actually. And I was so freaked out by the trailer. That and Jacob's Ladder freaked me out. Both of the trailers. I didn't watch the actual films. It was like available on Prime Video and then it wasn't available anymore and I couldn't find it and I was like that is so bizarre and scary. Um I'm just talking to MJ and I'm saying to do a fun brainstorm for 666 celebration. Donnie, have I seen Donnie Darko? It's one of the weirdest and freakiest movies I've ever seen. Is that horror? I haven't seen it. So this is interesting because it's like I'm not sure if Freddy is attacking Jesse or trying to like turn him into a killer. It's kind of sci-fi that deals with time travel and has a guy in a freaky rabbit costume. Interesting. I'm gonna look it up. Donnie Darko. Darko. I think I had enough sleep, but sometimes I stutter. Oh, it is creepy. 87% on Rotten Tomatoes. Curious, is anyone on Letterboxd? Also interesting the use of the green, the color green and red. Like the mother has a red sweatshirt on. They always take them to see a psychiatrist.
What that boy needs is a good goddamn kick in the butt. That's what he needs. Tell you what he needs. He needs a methadone study.
Yeah, the parents are not the best in any of these movies.
Yo, man, where you been? I got wasted last night. You must have been working late. Some maniac here in fight some like Tabasa. Packed him in the shower. I got bloody footprints all over the place.
The door is red of the house and the roof is green. Also his bedroom is green. The wallpaper. I'm curious if anyone in the chat has any suggestions for things we should do on the channel, things you want to see. Mars, I'm not sure what you're referring to with the I am, but I think I mentioned that already. I'm not sure who's here from before and who isn't. If you aren't active in the chat, honestly, I just seen like a number, so I actually don't know who's here. I don't know if you could see that. I'm not sure that works. But yeah, Mars, I'm not sure what you're referring to. They do. Even in The Exorcist, they go to a psychiatrist. I know.
Morning, Jess. Dad, how come it took him 5 years to solve this?
He's asking questions about the house and the murder.
You mean you knew something about this and you... Come on, Michelle. How do you think we got such a good deal here? Did they tell you that girl lost her mom? And her mother killed herself in our living room? What? Did they tell you that? Mom, I'm still... Oh, honey, it's all right. Daddy and Jesse are different.
I'm not sure if the character Jesse believes the whole Freddy Krueger thing yet.
Absolutely nothing. I mean, nothing wrong with this house.
The toaster just started to go on fire. Oh, Letterbox. I am, but I think I mentioned that already. I'm not sure if you mentioned it in this chat. I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I think you messaged me it. Yeah, Letterbox. Is it fun? I've heard good things about it.
Wow. What is this place?
Remember in the diary when Nancy said she kept finding herself the boiler room? Freddy Krueger worked here.
Now they're going to the boiler room. I do actually remember this scene.
I did some reading on our friend Freddy Krueger.
I just heard that creepy Freddy nursery rhyme again. In your head, or are you watching the movie? I'm curious if anyone's watching like these movies with me. I actually love that nursery rhyme. I used to sing it as a kid.
Do you feel anything?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I thought you might be like a connection or something.
I feel like a jerk.
I'm so curious what happens to Jesse's character. Because it looks like Freddy hasn't even like gone after him. He's like psychologically trying to break him and turn him into a killer. You know, a movie I actually love, and I'm curious if anyone thinks it's in the horror genre, Panic Room. I feel like that could be like a thriller in the horror genre. Hmm. I love how it's in the same house, the first and the second. Um, I don't remember how many of the Saw films I saw. Um, I remember I've seen the first one multiple times. I really love the ending. Last live stream we were talking about plot twists and the ending being really great. I'm back on it, but it has been enjoy seeing people's opinions on movies. Yeah, I'm curious, is it all written reviews or are there videos too? The house like actually looks like Freddy Krueger.
You're looking better.
John, I don't think I will watch Freddy versus Jason because I think it's like the last one in the series. I think if I watched every single one of them, it would take 14 hours. So I don't know how long like the breaks in between movies are going to be. And I'm just gonna go in order and at 10 o'clock just stop. Oh, it's 2 hours and 22 minutes. How fun. I heard it playing while it was on for you. LOL. I'll hear that and Freddie's laugh still creeps me out. Totally. I also sang the nursery rhyme all the neighborhood kids did. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure if I should lower this. I don't know if it picks up copyright. Honestly, I'm not sure how that works. I know music, it picks it up and you'll get a copyright strike. He's seems angry now, Jesse. Also, it's officially been a week since we launched. Oh, 2 weeks. It's officially been 2 weeks since we launched our first videos. We scheduled them for 111 on 111. And it's 1:26 Eastern Standard Time now. So it's been 2 weeks. And I forget what we were at. I'll look it up. 646 subs. That's 20 away from 666. We had this conversation. I don't know how many of you are still here from earlier, but we're thinking of celebrating 666 and doing something on numerology and superstition, and possibly doing like a part 1 666, part 2 being 999, and doing something with the numbers and maybe something upside down. The Panic Room is suspenseful. The house is iconic. It's here in Cali and people visit it. Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Jesse, can I please come and talk to you?
I've zoned out a few times watching the movies and completely forgotten about the live stream. Yeah, let's hope I don't do anything embarrassing. No, I haven't seen escape room films. Is that like escape the room? I've been to like escape the room like events, like when you like go to the place and you have to escape a room. It is not what I'm made for at all. Would you recommend the escape room films? I'm just gonna Google them. Escape room films. Oh, it looks cool. In a nutshell, tense, uneasy, and terrifying. 51% on Rotten Tomatoes. Oh, you enjoyed them? Yeah, the reviews are 94% of people love the suspense. There's a big pool party. He's kind of wearing like green and reddish colors, but it's very subtle. I'm not sure if I could tell when he's dreaming and not dreaming.
What is it? Jesse, what's wrong?
Jesus Christ! Scared the shit out of me, man. What you doing?
Yeah, this is a different kind of one because he's actually not being attacked. He's being like converted. The one character's bed sheets, I had the same one growing up. And I think it's the same one that Kevin McAllister has in Home Alone, if I'm remembering correctly.
I'm scared, Freddy. Something is trying to get inside my body. Yeah, she's female. She's going to choose a man. And you want to sleep with me? Look, I don't care if you will beat me or not. Hey!
I feel like I definitely need caffeine. I could fall asleep. I think I do have coffee here. So here's my big coffee mug. It's the size of my face. And it kind of matches my sweater. Yeah, I definitely need caffeine.
Start to act weird. Start breathing weird. Try to walk out here. Stop. I don't care if it feels bad.
He's telling his friend. I think they're coming up with a plan.
I feel like I should.
Don't mind me blowing my nose. The bathing suits are really cute. There's a pool party. I probably should have had espresso because it's a small amount of liquid that would have given me the most amount of energy. I had a Celsius this morning, but I am already tired. I think just because I'm sitting, like, I would be so energized if I could go for a walk right now. That would be so fun.
Starting to happen again.
I'm a little confused about when he's dreaming and when he's awake in this one. It doesn't seem as clear. I think he's about to transform. Yeah, he's transforming. Kind of strange that he's transforming into Freddy. Like, I'm curious what the logic behind that is and, like, the symbolism. Yeah, it's really interesting. On a more serious note, I think it's fascinating, this idea of victims becoming villains and kind of like that cycle, this idea that if a victim doesn't overcome their circumstances, that they could become a villain. So Freddy just emerged from Jesse's stomach. And again, the parents are a little out of touch. So I don't know where Jesse is. Oh, Jesse's just standing there. So it's like almost like he's possessed. That's interesting. He's possessed by Freddy. I think that's an interesting storyline. Oh, he broke a mirror. It's never good. Oh, I don't know when you put that in, Mars. LOL, that's a fun mug. It does match your sweater. I know, but it has blue in it, so it's not like an exact match. Although this looks like that could be blue, but it's actually black. It's like a black square. Yeah, I did a lot of the thumbnails in this sweater. I was just about to say how cool that mug matched the flannel too. Yeah, this sweater has been I think the whole first drop, every thumbnail was in this sweater. And the idea is like this is what I would wear around a campfire, because so much of the stories we want to tell, all of them have this kind of like campfire kind of like, like get everyone around in a circle in front of a fire and like share scary stories. Actually I did I had a vote on whether or not people wanted to hear my Anton story. And I'll just share it on this stream now. So when I was younger, I really loved to scare my cousins when they were little. And we would go down in my grandparents' basement and I would turn off all the lights. And then I would tell like this scary ghost story of Anton, who's like a boy who died in the basement. And as I would tell it, because the lights were off so no one could see anyone, and I would take something and I would throw it because it would make a sound like far away, that it would sound like something far away was like coming closer. I know it's actually probably so horrible that I did that to my cousins, but I had a poll if people wanted to hear the Anton story, and it was like third place, I think. And I sent it to my cousins and they were like saying how they still remember the Anton story. Yeah, we love the mug. There's a lot of like out of dream things that happen in this one.
He is evil itself. I know now that I brought him all, give him all the energy he needed.
Oh, thanks, Jeff.
We're all
Yeah, if you ever need to scare people in the dark, just throw something. A ghost hunt? What is a ghost hunt? I would love to go on a ghost hunt. But I feel like I'm very sensitive to energy. So I think if I had the opportunity to go to a real haunted house, I don't know if I would go, because I wouldn't want to perceive like any paranormal energy. Like, I like wouldn't want to welcome it in. Has anyone else been on a ghost hunt? Have you, John, been on a ghost hunt? I'm curious, would anyone want to see an interview on the channel? Oh, how are they? Tell us about them. Tell us about the ghost hunts. A ghost hunt is essentially where you visit supposedly haunted buildings and you try and contact spirits. I don't know about the contacting spirits stuff. That definitely feels like things people shouldn't be doing. John, have you contacted spirits? So Jesse is Freddy and Freddy is Jesse. There's a film called When the Lights Go Out, a British film based on a true story. It's not very good as a film, to be honest, but I stayed at the house where the supposed events happened. Ooh, what were the events? LOL, true, but close enough. I have enjoyed you being into the movie, enjoying your commentary. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I am like, some of these movies I haven't seen in so long, it's kind of like watching it for the first time again. So actually I've zoned out so many times just watching the movie. I don't know if anyone has seen, it's like a meme that went around and it was saying how like past 2005 you can you can't tell what time it is based on the way people dress, but you can only tell like what era it is by the phone someone is holding, like in cinema and stuff like that. Sorry, I've lost where we are. I would be in the same boat. It's been a minute since I've seen them. Yeah. I have been to a few places all over the UK and stuff has happened, like tables moving and voices. Curious, what kind of voices? Never managed to capture or see a ghost, though, sadly. I don't think anyone should be trying to see ghosts. Right? Is anyone else superstitious? I feel like this is a brave bunch. I'm just moving my leg. Don't mind me moving my leg. Yeah, I feel like there's just some stuff I wouldn't really want to mess with, like energies. Thank you for sharing the Anton story. It was always fun scaring family members. I used to prank people too. I would like dress up in masks and like run into a room and record it. Kind of messed up. So I guess the reason that there's not a clear line between the dreaming and real life is because Freddy is possessing Jesse and becomes Jesse. So Jesse is like alive. So Freddy is like alive in possessing Jesse. I'm curious, what's everyone's favorite slasher movie? My leg fell asleep. Ooh, the voices were just like a crowd of people all talking. It was really strange. It came out of nowhere as we were all sat together in a room of silence. Halloween, best slasher. Yeah, agreed. I really enjoy Halloween. Wow. Have any of you seen my commentary on Halloween? That's my favorite scary movie. And I'm absolutely terrified of Michael Myers. Like, just ridiculously terrified. I hear the music and I go into fight or flight or freeze. Yeah, definitely should have had espresso. Does anyone think there's an underrated horror film? I don't think I've seen a lot of like ones that I would consider underrated. I think I rewatch a lot of the classics. I am very much into the slasher ones. I just find them the most iconic. I feel like I should readjust the camera to where I'm sitting. Oh, there's only 12 minutes left. That's weird. Last time I checked it, the other movie is 12 minutes. My gauge is set for 12 minutes. There's like bugs in her wound. That's so gross. Frightening. I'm curious, did anyone actually have cookies? Am I the only one who had cookies with the Nightmare on Elm Street marathon? Is anyone watching the movie? I haven't, but a ghost hunt sounds fun in a scary way. I do believe certain places are for sure haunted. I think Wrong Turn is a bit underrated and is a fun thriller. I think someone said that last time too. I'm distracted by the movie again. The ending is always it's very distracting to read the chat and also watch the ending because it's action packed. I'm curious what happens to Jesse.
Jesse, I know you're in there. Stop him.
No, Jesse's dead.
Jesse!
Hi, would you consider The Others underrated? A great plot twist. I think it's underrated now. I feel like when it came out, people were talking about it, so I wouldn't say it was always underrated, but I don't hear a lot of people bring it up. Good to see you, Steven. We're on Nightmare on Elm Street 2, and it has like 11 minutes left.
I'm not afraid of you. He's in there, and I want him back. I'm gonna take him away.
So the girlfriend, Jesse's girlfriend, is trying to fight for Jesse to come outside of Freddy, and for them to separate and for Jesse to be saved. Which I feel like has a lot of commentary about like abusive relationships, specifically the idea of like wanting to save a good part of a person even if they are the embodiment of negative characteristics that are unhealthy or toxic to you too.
He'll die with both of us.
Yeah, curious. Does anyone have any suggestions for things we should do on the channel? Fun things or interactive things. I think I might go to a horror con, and I'll post about it if I do. Freddy's melting. Yeah, has anyone else seen Wrong Turn? Curious if other people think Wrong Turn is underrated and if the others are underrated. Also, we're almost at the 3-hour mark. Maybe a stream from something like Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios. Can you say more about that? I'm not sure exactly what that is. I'm thinking Halloween Horror Nights is an event at Universal Studios. So you mean like going to the event and live streaming from the event? It looks like Freddy has now turned into Jesse. I'm not sure what's going to happen next. Yeah, live from the event at Universal Studios, like going through the horror mazes. Huh. I wonder if I could do that. Where is that? Where is that, in Florida? Or California? I feel like it would either be in Florida or California. Let me just write that down. Halloween Horror Nights, Florida. In Florida at Universal Studios. Okay. I wrote it down. Thanks for the suggestion. Oh, they're back on the school bus.
really great party. Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
I can't believe it's actually all over.
Let's talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think at the
Am I going crazy or is this bus going too fast? No problem. No. This bus is going too fast.
the bus is going too fast. Huh. I wonder. I could see, like, I feel like Freddy possessing someone is less iconic than Freddy terrorizing someone.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if anyone agrees with that.
It's okay. It's alright. Jesse, it's okay. It's all over.
The movie just ended. I feel like I should probably eat something. So the next one is the third one, which is, I think, everyone's favorite. I'm not watching the chat right now. But if you put anything in, I will look at it when I do. Dream Warriors. Freddy Krueger invades the minds of a new group of teens, and the nightmares begin again. I'm gonna have some avocado on a cracker. Oh, it's asking me if I want to play it. Watch now. So yeah, I love that suggestion of doing a live stream of an event. I might go to a HorrorCon in maybe next week. I'm not sure if I'm actually gonna go or not. But yeah, maybe I'll do a live stream from the event or a video on the event. It would have been cool to bring back Jesse at some point, but they never did. Yeah, you know, I feel like possession is something that almost makes a character weaker. Like the villain, I feel like the villain is weaker if they have to possess someone. So I feel like it's almost less iconic. But I mean, then there's something like The Exorcist, and that doesn't seem like that evil is weak. I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like it made Freddy look weaker. I don't know if I should mute. Is this too loud? Is my chewing too loud? Is there like a villain from a horror movie that you feel is scarier than others? Just curious. I think that's Michael Myers for me. The character on the screen is doing crafts. And she's about to fall asleep. We're officially 3 hours in. 11 hours seems like a long time. John didn't like the bad guy from Sinister. Do you feel like they were scary? Like you didn't like them because they were scary, or you didn't like them because they weren't like a character that was like worthwhile watching? I have a supply of paper towels for this live stream. I'm gonna have to readjust. The look of the guy just freaked me out for some reason. The movie didn't scare me, but it looked freaky. I'm gonna look him up. Bad guy from Sinister. There's a lot of new movies I haven't seen. Oh yeah, I could see how this Sinister character is sinister. Don't mind me snorting. I'm just gonna post about being in our 3rd hour. Officially in our 3rd hour of the Out of Context Horror YouTube channel 11-hour live stream. 11-hour live stream. Stop by and say hi in the chat. So the third one picks up almost where a lot of horror movies have like an ending. And it looks like it's Patricia Arquette. My feet keep falling asleep. For some reason, I thought they were like in a hospital. I don't know if that's true in the third one, if they're in a hospital. Oh, actually, she cut her wrist, so that might be how she ends up in a hospital. Yep, now they're at a hospital. So I think this one has the most commentary about mental health. And also about medical gaslighting, like the idea how they're never just fighting Freddy. They're also fighting like this idea that no one believes them. And that people not only don't believe them, but also think they're crazy. That's something I like about this series. Yeah, don't mind my loud snorts. I didn't take a bathroom break yet, but I don't have to go. I was gonna try to time them all with the endings of the movies. Yeah, they aren't only fighting Freddy. And in a way, I feel like Freddy isn't real. So it's like maybe he's like the embodiment of what they're actually fighting. Which in this one is like the doctors, and in other ones it's like the parents. I don't know enough of what was happening in the time period, like in history, to say more about what it probably symbolized in the context of the time, but we can keep it out of context. Oh yeah, also about like nurses wearing uniforms that have like hats and like a dress is like so bizarre. Like it's like so fascinating and also seems unrealistic, but they really wore that. Yeah, so this one is really action packed from the beginning. I've noticed myself zoning out at the endings of all the other movies, and this one, like right at the beginning, is like a power punch. Oh, Nancy's there. I'm curious who her character is in this. Like, what is she doing in the hospital? I want to turn it up, but I probably shouldn't.
They're also very sleepless insomnia and narcolepsy. That wedding. Right. They seem to share a critical reason of looking with lack of a better word. They're so.
So, what has everyone's favorite thing been about the channel so far? If anyone wants to put it in the chat. Well, hang in there, girl. I'll try to check in later on during your marathon. Thanks. I think she is a counselor in the movie. That's interesting. Yeah, it's only 3 hours. 8 more hours to go. The different aspects of horror in the channel have been my favorite. You mean like having there be animations and commentary and live streams, like the different ways we're talking about horror and showing it? Is that what you mean, Mars? What's everyone else's favorite aspects of the channel so far? I'm curious, does anyone have any ghost stories themselves? Oh, someone just messaged me and said I didn't respond to their comment in the live, and I have not seen it. I'm sorry if I have missed some people's comments. This is an occasion for my deli shoes. Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, the computer is far away and tiny font, so I'm sorry if I missed some of this. I think I need water. I'm trying not to have too much water because then I'll have to go to the bathroom. Yeah, we should really wear our deli shoes. I totally forgot she was a counselor in this. For some reason, I thought she was in the hospital herself. And I thought she was younger. I mean, it's not like she looks older. Yes, that is what I mean. Also looking forward to the voiceovers coming. Yes. So we haven't decided on who exactly is going to do the voiceovers. We have some people who might collaborate. And we don't know if we're going to do like characters or a narrator or characters and a narrator. But MJ is going to direct it, and we are so excited. Probably in the next 2 weeks, it will have the drop. And probably our next video, well, the next video obviously is going to be posting this live. But I think the next video will be celebrating 666. Because we are 20 away, 19 away. I don't know. Let me check. Um, 647. Is anyone good at math? Does someone want to do that math for us? Clear. 666 minus 647. 19. Oh. Yeah. So we're 19 people away from the next milestone. I love the old computers in this. So we've brought up Saw a bunch of times in our live streams. We think it's one of, like, as a community, we think it's one of the best plot twists, the original. I also love how it's like a bit of a narrative on harmful activities. Like, it's kind of like a lot of it is like kind of like righting a wrong and showing people that they should be grateful for their life. Yeah, I think they're brilliantly done. But I think none of them beat the original. Did anyone think any of the sequels were as good as the original? There's the tricycle and it's melting. Yeah, just none of the sequels are as good as the original. I think this one, the third Nightmare on Elm Street is probably the best. And even better than the original. Like, I have zoned out the most in this, and it's been 20 minutes. It's just so good. And, like, it has been suspenseful and also, like, action-packed. And then also sentimental because they have Nancy in it. I haven't seen the Terrifier movies. I think I might have to do those live. Mars thinks the first Saw was the best. Have you seen the Terrifier movies? I'm curious, what does everyone love about the Terrifier movies? Yes, I don't like them. They're just violent to be violent. Oh, I was just someone in my Ask Me Anything on Instagram today, or maybe yesterday, asked if there were any horror movies I didn't like, and I said the ones that are just like violent to be violent. No real meaning. That's interesting. Yeah, something I love about horror movies is that there's so much meaning behind so many things. Like this one, what it says about mental health is really impactful. The Terrifier movies are very gory. My favorite part is the creative ways they do the kills. I think there's a big difference between gory and violent. So I'm curious if I would categorize it as violent or gory. Yeah, I think I might have to watch it. And if it's disturbing, I just won't finish it.
I used to live in this house. Have you ever done that before?
What's everyone's favorite death scene in a horror movie? Something that haunts me is, I don't know if you would consider this like a kill scene because it's an accident. Or is it? I don't know. Final Destination. I think it was, I don't remember what number it was, but it's like they're on the highway and there are like, I think it's like logs, like tree trunks, like in a car, and they like they fall out and get everyone. And I like think about, I have hair. I can't like figure out where it is or if it's attached to my head. Yeah. This is this is stressful. Um yeah, that one is the one that haunts me. Absolutely haunts me. Someone said I like this. It feels like we're hanging out. Yeah, that's what I want it to be like. That's also why I didn't like do anything out of the ordinary. Like actually, oh, that's my straw. I was like, what is that? I was like, actually, that is out of the ordinary, but it's just my straw. Yeah, like I have just like the pillows there. Like I didn't kind of like stage anything, and I just decided to like just sit on the like in front of the coffee table so I could just watch the movie. And I hope it doesn't pick up too much of the movie. I have my mic over here, and usually the gain is supposed to filter out the other side, and it just has this side. Or at least that's what a sound guy told me. My pal. I wonder if she's going to end up in the hospital or if she's just a counselor the whole time. I don't know. It's bizarre. I've missed the chat. Final Destination is a good one. Mine is funny enough. In A Nightmare on Elm Street 3, the needle glove scene. Ooh, I do not remember it, and I will keep an eye out for it. The logs. Yes, the logs. Was it, did I say the word logs? I felt like I had a lot of trouble remembering what that word was. Yes, that sticks in my mind for Final Destination. I think it was part 2. I don't know. I don't remember. The puppet scene from Elm Street 3. Puppet scene. I don't know. I am looking forward to all these scenes. Yeah, but anyway, what I was saying is I just want it to feel like, we're just hanging out, like kind of like this could be you sitting right here on my couch. And yeah, that's kind of the vibe I'm going for. I think there's something really cozy about watching horror movies. And yeah, I wanted to kind of like play up the cozy, like even this, like I'm in like a cozy sweater. And yeah, I think right now a lot of our visuals are trying to really capture the coziness of like, campfire stories, like as if we were going camping. Um I feel like in this movie there's someone who dies who I was so emotionally attached to, and I don't remember who it was. But I remember this one being, there was a hard death in this one. Yeah, you know, this movie is just so much better than the other ones. Like, so much better. And so this is probably funny, but I think there's something about starting off with like um not an assumption of sanity. Like they're all in a psychiatric facility. So it's like I feel like a lot of this they team up faster than any other movie because they all have each other back others backs because they aren't saying that it's like, oh, you're crazy for thinking this, or like that's too crazy, because they're all kind of like there's no assumption of sanity. It would be cool if you did a live of the old Scream movie, then the new one. Ooh, that's hard because actually I love all of the first three. I'm like so obsessed with the first three. So it would be hard to watch the first one and then watch like the new one. I think I saw the first newer one in the theater, and I'm curious which ones would you want to see? Hey Cafe, happy Saturday. Yeah, I feel like I should make a post about making a video for 666, the classic. Ooh. What about the new one? I actually have not been up to date with the new ones that have come out. So which new one would you want to be streamed? Um oh, I posted a picture twice. I posted the same picture twice. That's so funny. um I have been meaning to rewatch Scream as I haven't been up to date. Posted the same photo twice. Ha ha ha. Oh, is this the glove one or the puppet one? Oh, it's like the fibers. His fibers are. Oh, this is the puppet one. Okay, I get it. We are in the puppet scene. Oh, I think this is the person that dies. Actually. Oh. So he's sleepwalking and like a puppet. All the strings. How funny that I posted the same photo twice. I guess I'm so distracted. I was worried about being able to post and stream at the same time. It probably shouldn't be as hard as it is, but I feel like I have a low capacity and I'm always trying to strategize against how low my capacity is. Yeah, I'm not familiar which Scream ones, which are the Scream ones. I'm going to look up Scream movies. So Scream, the first one is 96. Scream, the second one is 97. Scream 3, 2000. Scream 4, 2011. Scream 2022. So I haven't seen that one. Scream, Roman numerals are going to kill me right now. 6, 2023. Scream 7, 2026. Oh, it's not out yet. So yeah, I think there's 2 Scream movies I haven't seen. Yeah, it's really powerful in this one. They're all in it together and there's so many of them. There's something I love about an ensemble cast. Just like a whole bunch of actors working together. I think that's really beautiful. And I think when it's done well, it's so profoundly powerful.
Just go ahead and fight the death if you want. What does he want? Time for distance that we're so overused. And he said, "Wants to." That's right. I think we're all missing the point here. Phillips is a sleepwalking accident.
Yeah, so right now it's the scene where they're in therapy and I think it's a psychiatrist is um kind of like trying to gaslight them about it not happening. Which like I think is really important, like how much of the gaslighting goes on in these films. Um
I'm not gonna listen to any more of this. Much longer, you're going to go on blaming your dreams for your own
a book that I recently listened to on audio cassette was One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and it was so beautiful on audio cassette. I hadn't ever read the book, um, and I did see the movie, but it was so powerful listening to the audio cassette. And that's the one where its setting is in a hospital, and there's this character that is very eccentric, and it goes through the path of this character's eccentricities, kind of like helping transform and give courage to this other kind of like introverted character, and it's about his journey to freedom and also like the downfall of um the eccentric character. And there's a lot of like just like how horrible like the hospital is that they're in, and how so much of it is about power and control. I recently wrote in my journal this idea of like not mistaking power for control, and that the ultimate personal power is self-control. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is amazing, one of my all-time favorites. Yeah, Jack Nicholson is in that movie. He plays it so well. Yeah, it is a great cast. I can't think of anyone else who's in that movie. I just read the audio cassettes. I didn't rewatch the movie. But I think like narrators of books like from a long time ago are just so skilled, and I think you get a lot of narrators cuz there's so many more audiobooks that you get narrators who aren't just like so um profoundly skilled. Do you like vampire movies? Ooh, I have been having recurring dreams about vampires, and I am like super excited. I think I want to do a vampire drop and like a mini series on the channel about vampires. Um I was a big fan of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel. I think the Angel series finale is probably the best series finale I've ever seen um, on a television show. Wrong Turn. Everyone brings up Wrong Turn as an underrated horror film. I'm gonna look up Wrong Turn right now because I think I'm mistaking it for something else. You know, I think I did see this. Let me see. Yeah, like in 2003. Um, I had the DVD. I actually don't remember it. But yeah, Eliza Dushku was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I quite like Abigail which was out last year, I think, a vampire movie. Oh, you know, for some reason I thought Abigail was a doll movie. Am I thinking of the wrong one? Abigail movie. There are a few. Oh, there are a few Wrong Turn movies. You know what was? Oh, actually, it might not have been a vampire. A movie that I would recommend to anyone who like believes in like emotional depth is The Girl with All the Gifts. I think it's kind of like a zombie-ish movie, but like not really. I would say it's definitely horror because there's a lot of gore, but it is probably one of the most powerful movies. Um, yeah, I will find the one I think is the best. Yeah, I think I only saw the first one. I will find the one I think is best. Yes, a mission. Yeah, I haven't seen Abigail. What did you think of 28 Days Later? I was just recently talking about it with someone. I think I accidentally watched it when I was younger because I thought it was 28 Days, which is like the rehab movie with Sandra Bullock, which is a phenomenal movie. And I was surprised that it was about zombies. I loved the isolation aspects of it because I think a lot of zombie movies are not as frightening as they could be. Like I think it almost is like horror comedy, a lot of zombie movies. And some of them are like parody, like they are intended to be like that. But yeah, I found that one interesting because of the isolation. Are you going to last the whole stream? Bradley, we do not know. I think I don't have enough caffeine. I'm gonna have to be creative about having more caffeine. I've definitely missed a lot of these. A good narrator makes a huge difference. Yeah. A vampire drop would be so cool. Yes. Angel finale was epic. Yes, it was. Coffee saves lives. Yeah, I think I should bring back the mug. Starting a campaign to bring back the mug. I'm curious, does it look like I am in distress from how long I've been on? It almost is at 4 hours. And that's actually not even half of the time. You look tired. I think I am like actually tired. Um, but I also think that I could be tired and not fall asleep. I will be honest, like watching a movie and sitting without like exercising is very tiring. Um, I think a lot of energy comes from like being active. Wrong turn 2021. And when you aren't active, like um it's really hard to have energy. I wish I had more energy drinks. I don't know if I should order something from like 7-Eleven. All right, let's look at wrong. Oh, I said wrong turn. My typos are horrendous. I don't know what it's going to be like in in 7 more hours. Wrong turn. Oh, this looks good. Intense, frightening, and dark. 64% on Rotten Tomatoes. 73 love the suspense. Curious, these ratings aren't phenomenal. What did you love about The Wrong Turn 2021? I trust your judgment, so if you liked it, I'm sure I would like it too. But I'm just surprised it doesn't have better reviews. Oh, it's on Hulu. Phantasm is a great one. Let me look up Phantasm. $19.79. I'm surprised I've never heard of this one. Fantastic, harrowing, and creepy. 100% loved this soundtrack. My ankle is kind of bent out of shape. It's like honestly hard to sit for so long. Like I feel like that's going to be the most challenging part. I have my Christmas socks on. I would show you, but my ankle feels beat up. 1979. It's a series. Oh, that's probably why I haven't heard of it. I also like really love about how like people who are younger generations now can watch so many things that was formational to people's existence when they grew up. Like I love that about this like time in history is that you could go back and watch something. I think that's so powerful. Oh, it's a trilogy. Let me look. Because that's a little confusing. The Changeling from 1980 I liked. Oh, I saw that. That's that the remake had Angelina Jolie in it, right? Have you ever seen that documentary? So it's like so creepy. And the person that showed me this gave me the creeps. But the documentary of the guy who pretended to be like this missing person, and it was like a real documentary. Like he did this in real life, and he pretended to be a missing person, and he like became part of this family, and it was like there were like all these conspiracy theories about like the brother might have been the murderer and like they knew the whole time that it wasn't really him. It's so exciting, but also so creepy, and he like pretended to be this child and he was like a full-grown adult, which like I think happened is it The Orphan where that happens? Oh no, maybe she doesn't try to pretend to be someone. She pretends to be an orphan. Yeah, I think I definitely need to like get up and walk. I also have never watched someone like do a long live stream before, so I have no idea what the tricks are. The tips and tricks. I'm I'm curious, does anyone think there's a horror movie that's overrated? I feel like every movie that people say is good, like, actually is good. But I also know that that could just be my opinion and not an actual fact. I'm trying to think if there's anything I think is overrated. I can't think of anything. I don't think anything is ever really overrated. And I think that's like a personal problem I have. Hi Ryan. Welcome. Do I still look tired? I had more coffee. So now it's a part of the movie where there's a lot of wild stuff happening and the staff is kind of coming to terms with something's going on. Which again, just like that theme of like they're never really just fighting Freddy. Oh, I think Friday the 13th is a little overrated. You know, I've never really been like totally into the Friday the 13th franchise, and I feel like there's not really that much there to go off of. I've seen a few of them, but it's like I never felt like an emotional attachment. I hope we reach 1,000 subscribers. How fun. I think we are probably 400 away. Our next milestone we'll be celebrating is 666. So I'll check and see. I think we were 19 away before. Oh yeah, by the way, sorry for double posting my pictures today. I like don't trust myself to do math at all. Minus 649 17. We are 17 subscribers away from 666. The Dream Warriors is the best one out of the franchise. Yep, that's the one we're watching right now. Very interesting film. I absolutely love this one. It's like my favorite out of the franchise too. Yeah, I'm zoning out into the movie again. Hope it's going great. Hi, James. We are almost 4 hours in, and I think that's 5 more hours. We're not even halfway there. 17 subscribers and we reach 666. Yeah. Woo woo. That'd be fun. I'm gonna do a video to celebrate 666. I am tired. I think I actually need a lot more caffeine than I'm having. I woke up at like 4 or 5 because I had some nightmares and I couldn't sleep. Very horrific nightmares. And then I went back to sleep. I started working out, and then it was the worst workout of my life. Yeah, I made a post about feeling like self-conscious about my body today, and I don't know if it's because of like trying to have snacks and sodas and like thinking about like eating on camera. Like that's very uncomfortable for me. So thank you for everyone who's here and so kind. But yeah, it does bring up a lot of my body issues. For me, the best are the first part, and Wes Craven's New Nightmare was an absolute genius. Wes was an absolute genius. My eyes. Oh, sorry about that. Thanks, Wes, for the nightmares. Oh, I love that. Six, six, six. I'm curious. It looks like a lot of people are in the chat right now. Welcome. What's everyone doing today? I'm super curious because this is all I'm doing today. Like the live stream has another 7 hours. I need espresso. I think I don't know if anywhere delivers espresso. We might have to look up how to get espresso. Yeah, unfortunately I have nightmares most of the time. But they were really, really messed up last night. Super messed up. I'm not even gonna get into them because they're so messed up. Espresso. Yeah, I think I definitely could have planned this a little better and had more caffeinated drinks. I just figured I could have coffee, but this coffee isn't doing enough. Double shot of espresso. I also was afraid that if I like supplied with a lot of caffeinated drinks that I would start shaking and that would be just as bad as being tired. But having the repeated message of not falling asleep in these movies makes me think I'd rather shake than fall asleep. Yeah, actually, about the nightmares, before we watch Halloween on the first live stream, thanks for the support, Ryan. Before we watched Halloween on the live stream, I had a nightmare about Michael Myers. Michael Myers is probably like my greatest like physical fear. I think I've only seen someone in person in the mask like once in my life, and I was trick or treating, and I was like terrified actually. Oh, maybe twice, because another time, I was trick or treating and I saw someone in it. You'd think with my great phobia, I wouldn't trick or treat, but didn't stop me. Yeah, sometimes I wonder why people don't try to scare me more with the Michael Myers like fear that I have. Because it would be so easy. Like it would be so easy for someone to just like show up in a Michael Myers mask. And I'm so grateful that people don't do it. Did you watch Stranger Things? I loved all the references to 80s movies like Halloween and Elm Street. I think I saw season 1 and season 4. Um, Sometimes I only watch television like with friends or family. So when my cousin visits, we will watch like whatever is new that came out that he would watch, regardless of if I am there. What did you think of Stranger Things? Um, I feel like the 80s is a time that a lot of people reference. Like I think of Ready Player One, the book. I'm reading the book now, and it's all like 80s references. The movie's good of Ready Player One. I'm so slow to read things. Especially if it's fiction, because I actually will like read it because I like enjoy the words. Nonfiction I read faster. Haha, you have done a great job thus far. It's hard to go for this long. Yeah, I think I will actually need espresso or something. Cause also I'm trying not to like have too much water because I want to minimize the bathroom breaks. Um and the same thing with coffee. If I have like a lot of coffee, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom more. So Freddy versus Jason, it was actually uh felt like we were talking about this earlier, felt more like an action movie. And I felt like it was almost too many battles. Like it was like Freddy fighting Jason like over and over again, and I felt like it was almost a bit much. Um but like I wouldn't say I hate it. It just seemed like it was like a little too much fighting. And also like I don't remember the ending. Um so one of the characters is having a violent outburst at the hospital. Um and they're restraining her. And they're probably gonna give her something to sleep, if I had to guess, something to sedate her. Yeah, this is by far the best film in the franchise. And this is the third one, Dream Warriors. Any horror movies I've really disliked. Um, I don't remember the name of it, but there was a trailer for one that was just like absolutely disturbing. Um, and it wasn't like scary, it was like disturbing. Like psychologically, like something a psychopath would watch. And I think like that, as I put in the AMA, the idea of like violence for violence is disturbing. I think I'm gonna have to have some tea soon. Ready Player One is a good movie too. Yes, absolutely. I have the book Ready Player One and Ready Player Two, but I hear Ready Player Two is nowhere near as good as Ready Player One. Yeah, don't mind me like just pulling up my sleeve to itch the inner elbow. Totally random, but the Nightmare movies started declining bit after bit after this one. I mean, it's the best one. Like, it's like, you know, once you have the best one, everything is going to decline after that. You know what I mean? And right now they have her father back. How fun. That's awesome. He almost looks like he didn't even age. I don't know how many years apart these movies are, but what's everyone's favorite Scream movie? And I've also realized this is probably the most I've spoken in my entire life ever. And I can almost feel it in my voice. Scream 2, such a good one. I watch it so many times that when I play it, I actually like say the words at the same time. Does anyone know if I have tea that's cold, will it not support my throat? Like, does it have to be warm? Because I made tea and I didn't drink all of it, and my throat is suffering. So I'm wondering if I could just have it cold, or does it have to be like hot? Does anyone else have a favorite Scream movie? Yeah, I don't have any honey. I usually don't eat honey. I'm watching this while doing laundry and cleaning. It's making it go by faster. Oh, that's awesome. Gotta leave you now. It's been fun. Best of luck for the rest of the stream. Remember, don't fall asleep. Thank you. Thank you, John. That encourages me to get an espresso. Yeah, you know, I love that. I figured it'd probably be fun for people to just listen in the background. But I love when people put things in the chat because that's like the most interactive, and that's so fun for me. It was kind of random when I had the idea to do an 11-hour stream. At the 12-hour mark, they don't record it anymore, so you can't post it after. What are your thoughts on the recent news for Scream 7? I haven't heard it. I did look up that it's coming out in 2026, so definitely excited for that. I have heard good things about all of the newer Screams, so I expect it to be just as good as the other ones. There's a lot of like religious symbology in this one. I have so many drinks here, and I don't think I'm going to get to all of them. But I should probably make tea. Lawrence Fishburne came a long way since this movie. Fishburne. I'm going to look it up. Yeah, I think at the next break, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I have tea over here. I'm just going to use my Keurig to put like a little batch of warmer tea in there. I hope that it works. If not, I don't know. I'm looking up Lawrence. Oh, yeah. The first Scream, love the ending. It set the standard. Yeah, it's so true. I love how meta it is. Like, it talks about other horror films. I don't find Scream to be scary, but honestly, the scariest part of the first one is when they play Halloween. I just get so scared. I'm like terrified. It's like an actual phobia. Um, when I was little, I watched it, and I watched it like on a couch, and I was like kind of like sitting like this, and my neck got, I pinched a nerve in my neck because I was so scared, and it was like this for like 2 weeks. I probably shouldn't do it because I don't want it to happen again. But I'm not terrified right now. I don't really find any other horror movie to be that scary. But Halloween is frightening. The Sidney Prescott character is top 5 best final girls. What about Jamie Lee Curtis? So they're hypnotizing them right now. 666 coming soon. Let's check. We're still at 649, so 17 left to go. I should make a post about it, but it's so hard to make a post while I'm streaming, which is why I accidentally posted the same picture twice. Let me check again. I know, people might not even notice I posted the same picture twice because if it shows up in their timeline, they'll just think it's the same post. But they're seeing it again. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to get through these 11 hours. Um, I'll do this. I'm going to do a post right now. I've never done a post live, other than today. So we are 17 subs away from our first 666 milestone. That's a weird way to put it. Milestone of 666 on our out of context horror YouTube channel. When we hit 666, I will do a video. What video should I do? A video on symbols, and I will do a video on symbols and superstition. Curious, does anyone have a movie that they think really does well this idea of superstition? This was fun, but sadly I have to go. Wanted to last until the end of the third nightmare. LOL. Have fun watching the kill scenes. They are creative. Awesome. Have a great time. Have a good day. I'm not sure if it's night or day. Thanks for stopping by. We are 17 subs away from our milestone of 666 on our Out of Context Horror YouTube channel. Thank you. When we hit 666, I will do a video on symbols and superstition. All right. I'm curious, is Ellen still doing laundry? So the idea of them being in a psychiatric facility means that they are not actually physically free. Like they're stuck there. And also the idea of them having creative expression inside of their dreams is pretty powerful. Like how this character actually can choose what to wear, where they can express themselves, which they really can't do in a hospital because obviously they can't go shopping. I find that fascinating. And also how some of the fear ties back to this like medical control, like the idea of like sedatives. Freddy just killed someone with needle fingers, which is someone said it was their favorite kill scene. Because it's interesting because when they wake up, they're not free. And I think you can say that about some of the parents being overbearing in the other movies. This idea of restriction. And yeah, I think that's really powerful. Even the idea of in horror movies, like the idea of if you survive, you're overcoming something and not just surviving like the attacks on your life, but like overcoming something that is like inherently a fear you have. I sent 2 pictures via X app. Interesting. What time will the love end? Sorry, that's so funny, Ellen. I mean the live. 10 p.m. You don't have to say the whole time. But yeah, we're gonna be going for a long time. I definitely need to order espresso or something. Um Someone said keep posting photos even if you post them twice. Funny. It's really hard to keep track of anything, so if anyone thinks that I am ignoring them, I just am doing my best. 17 subs away.
Yo, Frank, where you hiding if you burnt face? Hey, we can find the others first. You bet your hot shit with a little milk here, don't you? Well, let me have a piece of meat. Move out, prepare!
So we are officially 4 hours into the live stream, 4 hours and 17 minutes and 17 seconds. Eleven, 10, 9, 8, 7. 7 hours to go. Wow. My voice feels better. I don't know if I have been talking less, but it feels a little better. $17 minutes to go for this film. They're at, I don't know if it's the boiler, or the junkyard. I don't know if people call it a junkyard, or impound. I don't know. They have a shovel, so I don't know if they're trying to like dig up Freddy's bones or something. Which burning bones is like a proper way to kill a spirit. I think we might take a break now. I'm gonna get tea and go to the bathroom. And I'm just gonna put it on mute. So it'll be, my Keurig is on, so it'll be just a short bit. have some tea, which I absolutely need. I'm gonna play it again. Yeah, I'm just talking a little less because I I think my throat needs some tea. The Nightmare on Elm Street franchise reminds me a lot of the It movies. This idea of like what's real and what's fear-based. Owen says yes, lol. Someone said there might be a lag in some of the comments. Yeah, it might be because we're on for so long. When you said yes, I honestly have no idea what you were responding to. I can't remember how long ago I asked if you're still doing laundry, and it feels like I asked that an hour ago. Did you say yes to the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise seeming a lot like it? The visuals and stuff? So Freddy is taking a pipe out of him. Maybe if it's a pipe or a pole, I don't know. And it's bloody and he just licked it. Yeah, I'm zoning out because it is a big face off. Also, I'm mildly disappointed that I know that this is going to be the best film and the rest aren't going to be as good. Even though some of them I don't remember and I haven't seen, so it will be kind of like watching it for the first time. I'm going to look up espresso, where I can get espresso nearby. I wonder if I should get food. Oh, I accidentally added something. Yikes. I could barely look at food. Pineapple. That might be good. If I have a double shot of espresso, I don't think I need an energy drink. I'm just looking up stuff for delivery. That might be, oh, red grapes. I accidentally added red grapes. Oh wait, no, I didn't. I'm looking at you might also like. Oh. Okay. Double shot of espresso and pineapple. I really think pineapple is really good for your throat. So that is what I'm hoping for. I think I might have to have something to eat. I have a whole bunch of cookies because the whole theme was going to be cookies, which was horrible for my feelings about my about eating. Yeah, it's so awkward to eat on camera. It's just me and one person. Hello. I kind of wish there was something light I could eat, but I don't think I have anything light that doesn't require like cooking. They think it's over, but I'm pretty sure this one character dies and there's 8 minutes left, so it's not going to be over. Hey, how are you doing, Katie? I thought I would drop by briefly to see how the stream was going. Well, welcome. Yeah, I just ordered espresso because I am so tired. It's hard to sit for this long. Normally I don't. I'm always walking around. So yeah, not even halfway through yet. So kind of crazy. Thanks for stopping by. It's 333 by me. And it looks like we have 3 people on the stream. So I think they're like getting rid of Freddy's spirit. Oh, Nancy. Nancy is gone, I think. I don't know. She could probably come back from it. I think she does because she's in the other one, as someone said. I forgot what someone said, which one Nancy comes back in. So there's 5 minutes left of this one.
Hear my cry, O God, listen to my prayer. From the ends of the earth I call to you.
I wonder how they bring her back if this is her funeral. Unless it's a dream. LOL, I don't blame you in ordering that. Yes, sitting several hours can be draining. And of course, glad I could find time to stop by too. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, the espresso will probably be here in like an hour. So I think I definitely will have to take like a break to just like move my legs. You look super cute in your PJs, by the way. Isn't a horror movie marathon without PJs? Yeah, definitely take a break when needed. Yeah, this tea is helping with my voice. About like when we hit the 4-hour mark, my voice felt like it was struggling a bit. How fun. I am having so much fun. I know I have been so distracted. The third one just ended, so I know it's downhill from here. But the fourth one. Let's see what the fourth one is about. Freddy Krueger resurrects, hideously scarred, and returns to haunt the dreams of teenage children. Interesting. I feel like maybe I should get up and walk around a bit. I kind of wish I was live streaming from my phone and I could just walk around and move and go different places. Glad you were having fun. Yeah, take a stretch, break, or something. Yeah. I did just take a break, so maybe I'll just walk around a little bit. I'm definitely getting antsy at the 4-minute and 36. Oh no, 4-hour. So this one is called the Dream Master. I actually feel like I actually liked this one. People who do these kind of streams have to take a break all the time, so it's no big deal. When deep sleep falleth on men, fear came upon me, and trembling, which made all my bones to shake. Yeah, I think I'm gonna walk around a bit. That was a good walk. The short walk. Yeah, you know, I've never seen someone do a long stream before. Um I've seen people like do lives on TikTok. Um but I haven't been on anyone's YouTube live. Um it feels good to sit here for a bit, but also this is way too far for me to read the chat. Yeah, so right now it's like the beginning of the fourth one, and it's like a child playing with chalk. I haven't watched all the way through, but I've seen people do 12 or even 24-hour live streams on Twitch. Yeah. Um so this one's already kind of freaky. Um I'm going to see how long that espresso is. I was afraid to actually sit on the couch because I was afraid I would lay down and fall asleep. Um, I'm trying to catch up on messages. I can't tell what's important and what's not important, so I am just screening them. Someone I posted a picture and someone was like, "What's in your mouth?" And it was like, it's actually just saliva. Sorry, that is so funny. Um Sorry, that is like so funny to me. Um I wasn't able to start the movies with you today, but definitely need to go back and watch these at some point for sure. Yeah, it's so fun. I'm having such a good time. I'm curious if I should delete the picture of me where you could see saliva in my mouth. It's actually really embarrassing. My posting today is horrendous and an embarrassment. Um, it would be so fun if I could have people join me on this. I don't really know how to do that. It'd be awesome though. Oh, is this the same guy from the third one? I can't tell. Oh, I think it's everyone from the third one. Discord would be a good way to get people together for stuff like this. Yeah. I do have Discord. I have a suicide prevention Discord, and I don't think we've ever streamed in it. The driver is heading to the store. We're almost at 5 hours, 15 minutes away. Oh, dog just bit her. Oh, they're all out of the hospital? How? That's great. It's great to see them out of the hospital. I think they recasted Patricia Arquette, which I'm not a big fan of recasting, but you know, they do what they have to do. Yeah, you can use that Discord or create a Discord solely for doing stuff like this. Either way could work. Yeah, you know, honestly, I have so many projects. I like don't really want to manage like another Discord. Um I think I'm just gonna eat a cracker. Yeah, things definitely are crazy. I think after I do this live stream, I might need to take a break from speaking. This long of a live stream can take a toll. Yeah. Kind of like sitting for so long is chaotic. I think I actually do like the fourth one. I think this is where the character that I was emotionally attached to dies. I feel like the floor is more comfortable. I have like blankets down and a pillow. I feel like the floor is more comfortable than a chair. Hang in there, I have to. It's only halfway. It's not even halfway yet. Yeah. I feel like I might turn this up a little bit. I'm zoning out in the movie again. Does anyone have any movie recommendations? What are some movies you've watched recently that you would recommend? So this character is doing martial arts. It depends on what kind of genre you want recommendations for. I've seen a lot of movies. For anything recent, not sure I've seen anything that great. Trying to think of something. Nosferatu is pretty good, but not great if you like vampire movies. That's interesting you said it was pretty good, but not great, because I've heard everyone say that they would recommend it. Yeah, I heard Nosferatu was good. I feel like I'll probably watch it when I can stream it. I don't know if I'd go to the theater. Although it seems like people who went to the theater had an experience, like a good experience. It's worth watching. So the father is like screaming at the daughter, which again, like this idea that the parents are kind of villains. I mean, I guess it's normal to have arguments with children, but yeah, I think that's like part of it, is that they have nowhere to turn and they only have each other. This is the cutest dog. But I say that about every dog, so. This character is in a car, the trunk of a car, which I think he's dreaming. Safe to say he's dreaming. We're almost at the 5-hour mark. Oh, the dog. How cute. Again, I am sucked into watching it. John Carpenter's Vampires, Blade 1 and 2, Daybreakers, and 30 Days of Night are some other good vampire movies that come to mind. Ooh. I wonder if I could screen capture that, because that's a lot to write down. Yeah, my keyboard. I'm setting it over here. So I think this is the resurrection of Freddy right now. Yeah, he's being resurrected. He's getting his hat. Yeah, I love the idea of things that are iconic. Like, I love that. Hey, Ryan. Did you like Silence of the Lambs? Yes, of course. I mean, that one's just so classic. Did you like the newer Freddy reboot they did 7 years ago? I think we're going to have time to watch that. So I haven't seen it yet. Kit, what was your favorite Freddy movie? A lot of people loved the third one. And I think it's better than the original. I don't know for sure. I have to go back and rewatch them all because it's been ages since I've seen them. Yeah. The third one is the one where they're in the hospital and Nancy's in that one. The character from the first one. Yeah, I think this kill was the hardest kill for me. I love this character. I'm like less involved right now because it doesn't have my full attention because I'm trying to read the chat. But yeah, I remember that being a hard kill. Oh, she has this cute little like bench in front of her window. It's so adorable. I love little benches in front of windows. And little benches in general. My throat feels better. This is the most I've spoken in my entire life. Oh, this is the one with the waterbed. I know you really love horror. Is there another genre that you enjoy a lot? Like really like deep movies and like literary adaptations. Like The Color Purple, Shawshank Redemption, Stand by Me, Imitation Game, Good Will Hunting. Good Will Hunting is like a movie that I feel like could have been a book. And I love that about that. I actually really do remember the waterbed scene, this waterbed scene. What are some of your favorite genres in movies, Kit? I hear a dog barking. A lot of people didn't know that I love horror. And so many people were super surprised when I started a horror channel. Um, yeah, but people who like know me well, were not surprised. Um, I haven't really watched a lot of movies in the last couple of years. I probably enjoy action thriller or sci-fi fantasy the most. What's your favorite sci-fi? I like sci-fi. Sci-fi is probably like just so fun as a genre. Um, I wonder what the status of the espresso is. Order on way. Oh, he's inside the waterbed. So my alarm went off and it says prep live stream. And I think that would be a little late because we've been on for 5 hours. Maybe from last week. I probably should turn that off. Something I didn't know about the phones is that you can set an alarm and have it never repeat and it still would do it the next day. And I was like so blown away when I found this out because I did not realize that, and I thought that you had to put it on repeat, and it was making me go mad. Um, yeah, I think I need to walk around and maybe go to the bathroom. Quick break. Curious what sci-fi you like, Kit, though. I'll read it when I come back if you put it in. The espresso will probably be here soon. Hopefully, giving me a second wind. Some of my favorites are Terminator, Back to the Future, The Thing, Inception, Arrival, and stuff like that. Oh, those are awesome. The fantasy part, I really enjoy the Lord of the Rings movies. Oh, epic. The original trilogy is so good. Yeah. I completely agree. They're arriving soon. I should probably sit up here and get ready. Yeah, sci-fi is just so fun. It's really fun. I love horror, but I love like dramas. Yeah, I'm so excited for doing the human voiceovers and doing a drop within the next 2 weeks is our plan. Yeah, there are a lot of underrated sci-fi stuff out there. Yeah, that's so true. There are some good dramas out there, definitely. Yeah. I like some Stephen King stuff. Like I think like when he doesn't write horror, it's still really good. The espresso is arriving soon. As far as Stephen King goes, I really love The Green Mile. I think they're here. I'm gonna go grab it. We have the espresso. Fill up and fly further. Oh, it's spilling. Yeah, the parents in these movies are horrendous. Yeah, the Green Mile is really incredible. Such a good one. This is like such a small space right here to sit. But I thought it was better than my desk. So this is a double shot of espresso. Six more hours. Hopefully the pineapple will help with my throat. It is feeling a little coarse. What's a movie or series of movies you like that people might not think you would like, but you do? I think a lot of people know me without really knowing me. So I think everything I like, probably people would be surprised because I don't really talk about. I only recently started opening up about like my favorite books and favorite movies. Um, I'm trying to think. I'm looking at my bookshelf. Um, good question. I love Quantum Leap. I think it's like one of the best shows. I was a big fan of Lost. Um, I am a Supernatural fan, and I used to go to conventions. Um, I don't know. I'm trying to think. What are some that you think people would be surprised to know about you? Oh, one actually that is like the most random. I really love um the like Brady Bunch remake movie. And I have this soundtrack and I find the songs so upbeat and I really like love the songs. But I feel like it's probably the most embarrassing thing. The original, I actually haven't seen the reboot of Quantum Leap. Yeah, I was saying it. I wasn't reading yours. I was saying the same for me. And then I read yours and it said the same. The bathing suits in these movies are so cute. I'm feeling more alive. It'd be totally fun if I could switch devices, like midstream. But also the television is only in one spot. So I love all kinds of movies. So people tend to be surprised when I say I like some rom-coms, like the old ones Matthew McConaughey or even Chris Evans used to make. What are the Chris Evans ones? I know some Matthew McConaughey ones. I don't think I know the Chris Evans ones. Yeah, the it's interesting how he wants them to be alone and how so many of them are like battling isolation and connection in their lives. In the first hour, which was a long time ago, um, we were talking about how whenever they battle Freddy, like Freddy isn't the only thing they're battling. Like a lot of them have strained relationships with their parents. And this idea that their parents think they're crazy for all of this. Yeah, I probably should have started with espresso because I still didn't finish my coffee from this morning, and it's so much easier to have espresso and not have to pee because honestly, like it's a lot to drink when you have coffee to have more caffeine. Those old Chris Evans rom-coms are definitely worth a watch. Playing it cool, before we go, what's your number? Are a few I can think of off the top of my head that are good. Oh, yeah. So I have no idea how to open this pineapple. Could it be that easy? They always make plastic things hard to open nowadays, to be fair. Thank you. Thank you for being fair. So I guess the brother, who was the other character's boyfriend, doesn't believe this whole Freddy stuff. So he's calling them crazy. Which, yeah, I think there's this theme of being alone and being most vulnerable when you're alone, which says a lot about society in general. Yeah, he like doesn't believe it, and like most of his friends are like dead. I don't know. I feel like it takes people too long in these movies to catch on. I can't believe we're already 5 hours in. They do tend to stretch logic a bit in some situations in movies like that. Yeah.
40 minutes. So good luck and go for it.
I'm looking at my notifications. I feel like I probably should have second guessed myself before posting. Yeah, and we're only 5 hours in, so I don't know if I should just not post for the rest of the day because it's a little wild. There's a visual of blood coming from her pen, and I find that really interesting. You can keep posting. Never know how many people you still may draw over here. Good day. Good day to you. I actually think this one, the fourth one, isn't that bad. The third one is better, but this is actually not that bad. The third one, something that makes it so incredible is that they all kind of come together, and that it's the one where it's kind of like them against the world, and all the rest of them, I feel like it's so isolating. I feel like I'm eavesdropping on a conversation. Kitten pants. No, it's nice to see the two of you engaging. Thanks for everyone who's been here or who's stopping by. It's been great. I've had a really good time watching the movies too. Yeah, I'm feeling more awake. It's Australia Day here, long weekend, kind of like your 4th of July. Interesting. Of course, been fun for sure.
It was my dream. I brought Sheila in. I brought Sheila in. I couldn't do it.
So what's happening in the movie is that people are bringing other people into the dreams, which again, it's like it's not as powerful when they're not like fighting it together. Oh, how much longer am I live for? Well, it's going to be an 11-hour live, and we're only into 5 hours and 24 minutes. So I think that's like halfway there. And kind of exciting that we got halfway there. I hope I can make it the whole time. Yeah, let's hope I can make it another 5.5 hours. Oh, going for a quick surf. How fun. I'm having trouble remembering everyone's names, like their account names and people who message me. So I'm thinking I know who this is, who's going for a surf, and I love your videos. LOL, if not, it's cool. 11 hours is a long time, but hopefully you can make it too. Yeah, I kind of want to just like lay down in corpse pose. And I know it's absolutely the worst thing I could do in this situation. Otherwise, it's a great thing to do. Yeah, I really hope I don't fall asleep on the live. Yeah, this situation, I would lay down and fall asleep for sure. Wouldn't lay down and fall asleep. You guessed correctly. That's me with the surf pics and vids. Oh no, I definitely would. I would get cozy and drift off before I know it. Yeah, I just finished a double shot of espresso, so I'm hoping that will help me for the next 5.5 hours. Locker rooms and horror movies always makes me think of the first Carrie. That's another movie I haven't seen in ages, the first Carrie movie. Yeah, I love that movie. You know what movie I actually really love? This has nothing to do with horror, but I'm a big fan of Napoleon Dynamite. um and I feel like people don't talk about that movie enough. Like it's kind of like a strange experience to sit through, but I feel like quoting that movie has brought me so much joy in my life. Yeah, Napoleon Dynamite is a classic. This is like the perfect movie, the perfect movie franchise to watch for like a long live stream, because I feel like the one thing I don't want to do is fall asleep. And watching everyone like almost fall asleep is really hitting my subconscious. When I actually get to sleep, it's going to be such a joy. I think John Heater was only paid $1,000 to do Napoleon Dynamite. I have been looking at screens for so long. I hope that's $1,000 because I cannot read much. I can't read that much. Yeah, I think that was a low budget film. And they were really surprised at how well it did. Yeah, that's what it was. That's good. I'm slowly having a more difficult time reading. So the martial artist who has been telling everyone they're crazy about thinking Freddy was real is now fighting Freddy, and Freddy is invisible. Kind of like a redemption arc, because he goes from kind of like being kind of like villainous in the way that he didn't believe them and that put them in danger, and now he is taking the role of a hero in this fight. I don't know if I could really root for him though. Yeah, he didn't make it, so I feel like it was universal that he couldn't be rooted for. It's the funeral now. He had the fastest death scene, and he was the most experienced in fighting. And I think that really shows this idea that sometimes fights aren't something that's physical, but it's an overcoming of adversity, and physical strength doesn't always connect with spiritual or mental fortitude. The chat is quiet. True, sometimes fights come down to spiritual strength and one's mental abilities. Yeah, I think that is really true. It's a reflective moment in the movie. a lot of sequels have more time with like the killer or villain, and I think sometimes they have less time developing the hero of the film or survivor. Fighting comes down to who you are facing and if you can access the strengths and weaknesses of your opponent quickly enough. I might have to walk around or go to the bathroom because my foot fell asleep. Which Nightmare on Elm Street movie do you think showcases Freddy's personality the best? Thanks. I'll take a break. I don't know if I could walk away with my foot falling asleep. What Nightmare on Elm Street do you think showcases Freddy's personality the best? That's a good question. Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Um, I have to come close again. I'm not sure. Like I said, I will have to go back and watch them to see. Yeah. I think if you're considering like the remakes, the originals are more comical. So I think they show that side of his personality. And then it kind of comes down to, do you think Freddy is actually more frightening than he's portrayed in the originals? And And I don't know, because I haven't seen the new Nightmare yet. The popcorn has quite an effect right now. I've been doing a lot of sitting. I see a lot of people with standing desks and even like treadmills. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to be standing for a long time either. How do you feel about the mix of horror and humor in Freddy's character? Did it enhance or weaken the fear factor? Um, I think there's something true about people who are like actually horrifying in real life and like a real threat actually are funny. Um, After a long time or sitting or standing, it's likely to feel rough. Yeah, so true. Um, so I think a lot of people who are disturbing, like in real life, have like a disturbing sense of humor too. So there's something like very real about that. But I also feel like it being comical, there's not as much of a fear factor, even though it actually is more realistic of like what a villain would be. Um, and like I feel like I could never have like a Freddy phobia like I do with Michael Myers. Because there's something about villains that are comical that makes them charismatic. Um, and that's very real. It all depends on how the humor is treated. Some villains can have a twisted sense of humor that is funny yet very dark. Really depends on who is writing the character. Yeah, I think of Chucky. Like he has a sense of humor. I'm zoning out. They are trying to save one of the characters. It is really unlikable. Really unlikable character. The fact that Freddy uses fear and imagination makes him scarier than most villains, in my opinion.
believe in you. I believe in you.
Yeah, I think it reminds me of It a lot. And Pennywise with the use of fear. Freddy can be terrifying, but I think the more intriguing and scarier villains are the ones who are more grounded in reality, the ones you can imagine bumping into in a dark alley. I don't know, because I'm like really afraid of Michael Myers, and also like I feel like his character is so unrealistic. But also, if you think about it, having a dream about Freddy Krueger is realistic if you watch a movie with him in it. I was thinking about this in the shower yesterday, or last night, I think, and this idea that when characters are created, like they're kind of real in a way, because someone can like see a visual of them, like specifically in movies, and like start having hallucinations about them, start having dreams about them, and like in a way that makes the character real. I don't know. I'm not sure what people think about that, but it was like a real thought I had in the shower, just about like our characters that are fictional real in a sense, because they could be real in your imagination. Now they realize they're both asleep. I'm curious, Kit, in that description, what would be like kind of like the villain that you fear the most? I mean, in a way, it makes it more real to the person. That's when you start diving into delusions and stuff, I guess. When terrors haunt you so much, you start seeing them everywhere. I don't know. Um yeah, I kind of um so I don't mean delusions. I don't want to get like too technical into like different mental health ideas, but like this idea of having a hallucination of a character, which I saw this video of someone who hallucinated Pennywise from It, and a delusion isn't necessarily like a physical manifestation of something, it's a belief that is false. And like the idea of someone physically seeing like a character like Pennywise in their everyday life, I feel like makes it real in a sense. Like even though it's not real, it makes it real to a person. And I think a lot of like this channel, like a lot of the inspiration comes from this idea of the imagination. And I've talked about this in the commentary before, this idea that when we do the animations, we didn't want to switch this idea that the characters seem to morph into different characters and you can't really like identify a character and have one clear image of them. And the reason I really like that is because it's supposed to be kind of like campfire stories, and when someone tells you a story and you're reading it in fiction or you're hearing it for the first time around a campfire, your imagination will come up with an image of the characters and they kind of morph in your brain. And, you know, every bit of information might make them look a little different. And this idea that in our imagination, things are fluid And also when we have dreams, this happens to me. I don't know if it's universal, and I've said this before, this idea that someone can be like a specific person in your dream and you know who they are, even though if they don't look like them, or someone can be one person and then morph into another person who's symbolically, like the message of your dream is symbolically about how there's something they have in common. I get what you were saying. It would definitely be trippy to see something like that. Yeah, I hope you never do. Yeah, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. But yeah, even the idea of like seeing these characters in your dream, like having a dream about Freddy Krueger, like in a way that gives Freddy an essence. I'm getting hungry again. I don't know if pineapples are going to do it. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, what makes something real? Like, if you can have a dream about something, does it have an essence in a sense? And like, even just the idea, like, if you say Freddy Krueger, like, people immediately know like who that is, and like, is that in a sense real? And if it's not real, it's still a symbol with power. Like, someone could have a dream about Freddy Krueger, and that might be fearful for them. And I find that really interesting. This idea of like fears having a personification. Because what is it a symbol of? This is a double shot of espresso. that has prompted these thoughts. Dreams can be pretty powerful. I've had the sense of deja vu where I experienced something in real life that I might have dreamt. Crazy feeling sometimes. Yeah. I always consider deja vu a good sign. Like, it feels good in my body. The feeling of deja vu. I'm curious if anyone has any theories on what deja vu is. Or if you're a fan of any theories on deja vu. I've never thought of it as a bad thing either. Yeah. I'm just thinking about deja vu. And actually, so that double shot of espresso is feels really good right now. And I feel awake and alive. So yeah, I'm really glad I had that espresso. There's this like tunnel moment, and it reminds me of Grease when they're in the tunnel. So no one has any deja vu theories. I'd love a good deja vu theory. I think I might Google one. What about the Mandela effect? Deja vu is a memory illusion that occurs when the brain mixes up memories or misinterprets new information. There are several theories about deja vu happens, including dual processing theory. When new information is processed twice, the brain mistakes it as something familiar. This could happen when there's a slight delay in processing one of the inputs. Sometimes when I have deja vu, I would categorize it as remembering something that hasn't happened yet. And like, I'll have this distinct feeling of deja vu when I'm like in the middle of something. And I'll have this feeling of like, I'm remembering something, but like, then I'll have this kind of like parallel moment, like in the future, where I remember when I remembered that moment, and it's like something that triggers that memory. Oh, I'm so curious what this says. I'm not sure where deja vu comes from, but it's definitely an interesting experience. We as humans experience so many interesting things that we can't explain. I know. There's like a tickle in my throat. Um, Hologram theory. A fragment of a memory, like a smell or thought, can trigger a memory of a larger scene. Split perception. A brief glance at something before a more aware look can trigger deja vu. I'm not sure I understand that one. A brief glance at something before a more aware look can trigger deja vu. There's quite a tickle in my throat. Stress. When someone is stressed or worrying a lot, their brain activity changes, which could lead to deja vu. Memory glitch. A memory stored in the brain is triggered by an environment that's similar to something experienced before. Abnormal signaling. These are all like very scientific, and I'm looking for like strange conspiracy theories. I love a good. Oh, yes, Mandela effect is super fascinating because I'm one of those people who felt like Nelson Mandela died in prison decades ago. Crazy stuff. Has anyone read A Long Walk to Freedom, Nelson Mandela's book? I have it on Audible, and I've just listened to the beginning. But I wrote an academic paper on victim offender mediation, and it talked a lot about apartheid South Africa, like post-apartheid, when they had people living together, who were either who were actually both survivors, some victims, some offenders, some both. And yeah, that's a paper that I like really means a lot to me, because that was one of like the first times I spoke out about violence, even though it wasn't like my own personal testimony or story on it. It was the first time I kind of like talked about these deeper topics and ideas. And at the time I was in grad school and I was very private, which anyone who follows me probably can't even imagine that, but people didn't even know about my personal life. Not that people know about my personal life now, but like I would go into my internship and people didn't even know that I had a boyfriend. And I look back and it's like so crazy to me now that I was living with someone and people didn't even know that at all. And that just seems so bizarre to me. I haven't read that. Yeah, it's really the ideas are powerful. Abnormal signaling. There may be abnormal signaling in the medial temporal lobe, which controls memory processing. Deja vu is often associated with an entire setting rather than specific elements. It can feel like a glitch in the matrix because it's fleeting and unexpected. I don't know if she's like saving her friends now. She's trying to say let them out, and I'm not sure if they're gonna come back to life. I've watched this for so long, I think anything's possible. We hit the 6-hour mark. I like what you do share about yourself. I find you being such an interesting person. Soon I won't be able to read these comments because I think my eyes are impacted by looking at the screen for so long. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think I have a lot of stories that have turned into lessons. And I think that is part of healing. And I talk about a lot of deep topics that can have a heavy energy to them. And I try to make them seem conversational, like anyone can just, face some of the hardest things they ever have to face in their life and actually speak about them and process it and connect with people on it. There aren't any really good theories in the Google search on deja vu. Does anyone want to hear the deja vu theory on parallel universes? I don't know if that's the right word. Okay, here we go. The parallel universe theory, deja vu, suggests that deja vu occurs when a person's consciousness briefly aligns with a different version of themselves in a parallel universe. That's interesting because if you think about the way I explained mine happening, parallel universes are fascinating as well. Yeah, I think you can kind of like think about parallel universes like in past, present, and future. Like the idea of something happening in the future, is that a parallel universe if you look at time as non-linear? And maybe we all should have had a double shot of espresso before this conversation. Yeah, I find that fascinating. I don't remember who said they loved the original Quantum Leap, but I feel like that is something that you would love, that thought. LOL, yeah, we all need that espresso for these deep conversations. I don't feel like it's very deep. I feel like it's very hypothetical. Oh, it was me who said that. I love Quantum Leap. Yeah. Actually my first crush ever was Scott Bakula. Because of Quantum Leap. I'm curious. Does anyone else have any deja vu stuff? LOL fair. He seems like a pretty cool dude. Wow, I can't believe you are 7 hours in still laughing and happy. Oh, that's because at the 5-hour mark, I had a double shot of espresso. Also, like if I was absolutely miserable, I would just stop the stream. Like there's no reason to be unhappy. Yeah, the 5-hour mark. So we finished another movie, the fourth one. Yeah, it was the 5-hour mark. The fourth one. So now it's the fifth one, Freddy's Dead. The Final Nightmare, which actually isn't the final movie. Elm Street's Freddy Krueger terrorizes his therapist's daughter, who tries to destroy him once and for all. I'm actually a big fan of watching trailers, and I'm tempted to watch a trailer of all of these, but then it's like I know I'm gonna watch it. I already have the plan to watch it, so why am I watching the trailer? I'd need some heavy drugs. Espresso bounces off me. I don't take heavy drugs. I just take prescribed by a doctor. All the illicit ones. Oh, I just thought about Final Destination movies. Those are pretty good too. Yeah, I don't know if you were here. I think you were here. I want to say you were here when we were talking about how the scene, it haunts me, and I think it haunts a lot of other people. In Final Destination, I forget which one, the logs. The logs, sorry, there's text on the screen. The logs in the back of the car coming out and, you know, like just like amputating people. So something I already love about this movie is that they're kind of playing on this idea of Freddy Krueger being like an iconic entity in himself, which I love that. That's the second movie. That log scene haunts our entire generation. Yeah, I know. I see memes about it all the time. Um, it's so disturbing. Because it's like at a certain point, it becomes like almost superstitious. Like it's like you just never want to drive behind like anything that could fall off and amputate your head or decapitate you, I think is the word I'm looking for. Curious, do you drive behind anything that can fall off and injure you or kill you or decapitate you? But the original Final Destination is so fun to watch. Like it's so well done. No, but that has made me more cautious around 18-wheelers of any kind that carries anything. Something I don't understand, like pickup trucks that just carry things in the back. Like how do people know how to secure their belongings? Like where do people learn that? So in this one, this guy fell out of an airplane and he's still falling. And he just woke up. I think something I didn't realize is this idea that it all kind of happens on Elm Street. I turned up the volume so you might be able to hear like some of the chaos in the movie. So it has like a Wizard of Oz themed kind of thing, like he's in the kind of like a tornado in a house falling. Which is interesting because it's a unique choice. Oh, I've missed a lot here. Depending on what you put in the bed of a pickup truck, you can use straps to tie them down tightly. This one is the more cartoonish of the franchise. Yeah, I kind of feel like that is already apparent. Be right back. My dog won't stop barking like crazy. Going to check on him. Ooh, I wonder what's happening. Yeah, there was a dog barking earlier. I probably should walk around or something. Yeah, I'm curious why the Wizard of Oz theme. I'm just stretching. I have my legs like out over this way. I can't believe we're 6 hours in. I haven't checked my email at all today, and I keep seeing email after email. Can I ask an off-topic question about the books you've published? Yes, I self-published 3 poetry books, 1 anthology with a group of friends, which was poetry and short stories, and I wrote short stories in there. And then I kind of have to sneeze. I self-published a fiction short story, which was the first book I self-published. But what's your question about them? I'm patiently waiting for, or maybe impatiently. I'm curious what this question is. I love a good off-topic question. It looks like our subs are at 6:53. When do you know they're ready? Do you have a moment or just so it? Or just so it? Or just so it? I think when you self-publish, you do it before it's ready. Like I have edits I want to still make to some of my books. And if you self-publish, you really can. You can edit it. So if you self-publish, there's a lot of editing you can do. If you traditionally publish, you know, you will have like support on it. So yeah, I think eventually you have to come to a moment where you're just like, this is it. Which is actually, I've been like diagnosed kind of from psychiatrists as a perfectionist, but I personally don't see myself at all as a perfectionist, which probably is why it's diagnosable. And I can really like try to make something really perfect, but I think I really like release something and let it be out of my hands like once I put something out there. And I think you have moments where you like think about things and you're like, oh, I don't know if that should have been different. Or sometimes people will like just point out certain things about the book to you and you'll be like, oh, should I edit it? And I think at the end of the day, you just have to like have clarity in who you are, and specifically looking at it as a career, because it's like if you like put out a book at this time period. Like, you have to think about, like, where does that fit into your career as a whole? And you have to recognize that one book isn't your whole career. And I think the more you realize that, like, a book is just a stepping stone to the next book, to the next book, to the next book, and what other projects that they inspire. And I think you have to look at it more like, what's the time frame I'm going to be working on this, and really release it. And you could always revisit things. But yeah, I personally think that there is no feeling of like being ready when you publish something. I think it's more like having an experience. Like, you've edited it, you've put in a lot of work, and also like knowing what's next. And I think if you don't have an idea for what's next, sometimes it's hard to take the next step.
I've been confiscating stuff like this all week. Where do they get it? I put this downstairs in the restaurant.
I love that stepping stone analogy. That's actually so helpful. Thank you. Yeah, of course. And also, welcome. I don't know how long you've been here, but I think that was your first question in the chat. So thank you. Welcome.
This junkie before? Another afternoon shot.
When did you know you wanted to be a writer? I was actually really interested in acting as a child, and I took acting classes from childhood until like grad school. And I was dissatisfied with a lot of the scripts and material. And I just wanted to like create my own stuff. And I think a lot of my writing actually comes from all the acting work I've done, because I think I like actually developed the story with techniques that I learned in acting. So sometimes I wonder if I'm like if I write like a writer, but I have developed that skill and honed it very in a very like tight way. But I don't think I naturally am a writer. I have worked very hard to articulate myself. Yeah, so it came from the idea that I wanted to see things that were more meaningful. And also that came from a lack of exposure to classic books, powerful plays. As I grew, I was exposed to literature and just a whole world that had so much more depth than I ever experienced as a child. And I think even like my love of horror movies came from a lack of exposure to deeper topics. And I think I really searched out kind of like these alternative ideas, because I always felt like there was more to life that I wasn't experiencing. But actually, in terms of writing, I decided to really focus on writing after I was in a near-death experience, and my only regret was not writing. I had this story that I had a dream about when I was 15, and it always stuck with me. And I had a bunch of different ideas for books that meant the world to me, and the characters felt very real. And yeah, I just had this regret that I didn't write, and that I was pursuing an academic path, and I was doing really well in it. And it felt like I was so far off course, and I felt like no one could see it. I felt like only I was aware of that, and I felt like no one could see how much desire I had to do things I wasn't doing at the time. So then I pursued writing. And after that, it actually took a long time to write my first book. I couldn't hold myself accountable. And I had another near-death experience after I published. I choked on steak and I had to be Heimlicked. And I was just thinking about this, I think this morning, and I had no regrets. And I really said to myself, I want to, when I actually have the real death experience, to just have no regrets. And yeah, that's how I pursued writing. It was a regret. It was my one regret, not pursuing it. My voice is okay. The espresso did give me a second wind. I feel more alive. So we're 6 hours and 21 minutes into this live stream. 11 people and 22 likes. I love those numbers. I'm going to check and see how many subs we have. 654. Hey, good to see you. Welcome back. I wonder, I'll do that later. I love the visuals of this film. It's I think it's the 6th or the 5th. No, I think it's the 6th. I can't even keep track anymore. The 6th. Thanks for keeping track. The pineapples are helping a lot with my throat. Yeah, my dog was barking like crazy. Had to figure out what was up. I hope everything's okay. I love dogs, but I've actually spent very little time with dogs. Like, I didn't have a dog growing up, and when I lived by myself, I didn't have a dog. But I've dated people with dogs, and I've walked their dogs for them. That was the closest I came to having my own dog. I used to say what I looked for in a partner was a good dog owner. Oh, that's nice. Some family time.
Why can't anybody talk about anything but dreams around here? I just sick of hearing about this bullshit.
I'm sorry. Sometimes I choke. I frequently choke, so I'm really trying to make sure I chew. I've had dogs ever since I was a kid. Yeah, I feel like so many people have. It's all good. Just be careful. Yeah, I know. Yeah, a lot of chewing. The chewing live stream. It says TV test pattern. I don't know what that means.
I told you not to let me close. Is that too much to ask for? Go back! God, hold up! Guys, wake up! Oh, nice play! What the hell are you like doing? Great plan. Almost worked. I can't believe you people. Come on, stop like that. The first thing we have to do is find a telephone, and you call Kelly and you tell him where you are. Understand? And then we have to figure out how to get you home. Are you listening?
Husky owner.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably the smartest dog I've ever had. The dog you have now. Yeah, the dog I have now, the Cane Corso. I'm gonna look that up.
All right. We're going to find a phone, call Kelly, and tell him you're all right. I want you to get in that van and drive.
Oh, cute.
Handle that? You'll have to call the police.
I think I need to walk and go to the bathroom again.
Or do I have to call the police?
I've never had a husky, but they have always been great looking dogs as well. Really talkative too, can barely shut them up. LOL, my Keen Corso is like that. He can just get to barking like crazy. I'm reading so slow. And can be super loud when doing so. Yeah, dogs are so cute. I don't know if I've just been watching this for so long, but I feel like I haven't connected with any of the characters since the third one. And the only ones I connected with in the fourth one were ones from the third one. Maybe connected is a weird word to use.
Give me the map. Not a word. Carlos, I asked you for the map.
Can I ask what programs, AI tools do you use for editing? It was costing me a fortune in editing until I started using Grammarly, Pro, Writing Aid, and ChatGPT. The third one did have the best cast. Let me just read that again. Can I ask what programs, AI tools do you use for editing? I use Grammarly.
Carlos, I asked you for the map.
I only use Grammarly.
Yeah, well, the map says we're fucked. Okay, look, you got two chances. Now it's my turn. Nice.
Yeah, I use Grammarly a good bit with my writing. Your Exorcist commentary was excellent. Thank you. I love that movie so much. I also love The Exorcism of Emily Rose. That's a good one. It's well worth the sub. Thank you. Yeah, I think that was celebrating 600. 600 subs was that commentary celebration. I love celebrating milestones. It's so fun. I don't think I've seen The Exorcism of Emily Rose. Oh, you have to see it. If you saw The Exorcist and you liked it, you would like The Exorcism of Emily Rose. I saw it in theaters. Something I do like about like exorcism movies is that I feel like they talk about religious topics without preaching. I'll have to give it a watch. Yeah, they talk about it without preaching, and I think that that's really powerful. I get sometimes like really like kind of like shadow topics. I feel I get the most upliftment from. Can't stay, my friend, but I wanted to pop in and say hello, show some support. Sucks to work Saturdays. Mike, thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a great Saturday. Nefarious is a good demonic possession movie. Haven't seen it. Have you seen and enjoyed any of the Omen movies? I think I saw the remake and I think I saw the original. I'm not sure how many others there are. I haven't kept track of a lot of movies in the last decade or so.
Indeed. You know, she's losing it. Sad thing is, I'm starting to like her. That is bad. Come on, Trace, wait up.
My mom watched The Omen with me when I was 8. Which one?
This is the one. We'll have it all to ourselves.
But there's no heat, no plumbing, right?
You'll survive.
To be fair, the quality of movies have gone down the last decade. Yeah, I was really like obsessed with movies and television, and then I moved in with a friend of mine in undergrad, and she was so focused and she didn't really watch TV or movies. Like, she had a knowledge, like an overall knowledge of them, like she had seen them in her life, but she was really focused and studious, and it really rubbed off. And we like cut cable and we didn't watch cable. I have cable now, but I don't really watch TV that much. Yeah, and I just stopped like sitting and watching things. And I only recently started watching things again. Are you looking forward to the new I Know What You Did Last Summer sequel? I wasn't, but I am now. I liked the originals. They were great. Did anyone see the new Dexter? Speaking of I Know What You Did Last Summer, Sarah Michelle Gellar is in the Dexter, I think it's a prequel. I started watching some of it, but I didn't finish it. I think Dexter, the original, Dexter Original Sin, I think it's called. I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I think the original series of Dexter, it had a really great ending. I remember I was in college and my friends were like, that's the worst ending I ever saw. And I really loved it because the best part about the way Dexter started, the original, was that no one knew he was a serial killer, and having everyone find out seemed like such a mess. And for him to start over somewhere where no one knows he's a serial killer, I felt like was the best possible ending. Yes, it's a very good origin series. Yeah. I feel like I've had too much tea. Again, the parents are frightening. Seeing him put something in his ear is kind of disturbing. Like, it's a disturbing visual. I'm zoning out on it again. A couple of shows I loved all the way through with good endings are The Shield, Sons of Anarchy, and Burn Notice. 3 great shows. I think I've only seen parts of all 3 of those. I hated what happened to Dexter's sister. She was my favorite character. Yeah, I can't believe they did that. Actually, that's the same actress in The Exorcism of Emily Rose. I forget her name. So now the movie is silent because I think he pulled out his eardrum. I think that actress is Jennifer Carpenter, if I remember right. I feel like I should look it up. I didn't know if you could see that. It is Jennifer Carpenter. Yeah, she's great. This ear stuff is disturbing. This was a very cringe scene for me with the dude's ears. Yeah. You know, I find it disturbing when movies are silent. I thought so. I liked her in that zombie movie Quarantine as well, where they are trapped in that building. I don't think I've seen that one. Sounds good. I think I definitely had too much tea because I think I have to go to the bathroom again. It's done in a found footage style where she is a reporter. Oh, that's so cool. I'm going to go to the bathroom again and walk. Have you seen the British werewolf film Dog Soldiers? No, I haven't. Has anyone else? So I'm not sure how much I missed. No, I haven't seen that. I just got done watching the Never movie Werewolves with Frank Grillo. It's an okay movie, but has a great premise to it. Wish it had a bigger budget to really dive into it. Done watching. Newer movie. I was really curious why it said never. The newer movie Werewolves. I love your content. Keep it up. Thank you. I turned it down and now it's so low. It's hard to gauge the volume of horror movies because the dialogue is so low and the screams are so loud. Yeah, sometimes the music and screams can be really loud in horror movies, yeah. I wonder if I can make it 11 hours. I mean, we're halfway there, but that's still a long time. I don't even know if I can do the math right now. You got a little over 4 hours to go. 4 more hours. The first 4 hours actually didn't feel like a long time. The like fourth hour was the Johnny Depp's cameo is in the Final Nightmare right now. Yeah, the fourth hour into the fifth hour before the espresso felt like the longest amount of time. Yeah. So another 4 hours is wild. Haven't done a nightmare marathon in years. I need to. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I think to watch every single one of them, it takes 14 hours. So that's like, you could do that in a day. The espresso helped the last little bit go by quick. Yeah. The deja vu, it really inspired the whole deja vu conversation. Would you consider doing another one of these movie marathons in the future? I don't know. 11 hours is actually like I had no concept of how long it would be. And I think I was kind of like into 2 hours and I was like trying to like, do some math with fractions and I was like this is actually longer than I would have expected. But I mean that like I think like the 5th to 6th hour was so much fun and it never would have happened if I didn't have all that time that felt like it was more like I don't even know how to describe it. I just felt like I was going to fall asleep. Which is not the right time to sleep when you're watching Nightmare on Elm Street. I don't know if I would consider doing another movie marathon. I think I would probably consider doing a shorter one. But you know how you like tell yourself you'll never do something again and then time passes and you forget why you would never do it again and then you do something again and then you're like in it and you're like, oh yeah, like this is what it actually felt like. A shorter one or split movies into multiple different streams. something that would be interesting to do would be like doing a live stream like every night for like a week or something. Like that would be kind of like fun and also more manageable. It has been fun, especially that 5th hour. I will forever look back and have fond memories of that 5th hour. The deja vu hour. I know, I feel like we should have 2 deja vu hours. I find conspiracy theories and stuff like that to be so fascinating. Um so fascinating. Like it doesn't like take up a lot of space in my head, but I could just like watch videos on conspiracy theories for forever. The deja vu hour. Have you seen any episodes of the Chucky TV series? Yeah, I used to watch it. I tried to watch it live, but it was 10 p.m. and I actually stay up later now, but I used to go to bed around like 6 p.m. and wake up around 3 a.m. and I would watch the replay. I think it was like maybe the Sci-Fi channel, SYFY, if that's what it is, and I would watch it on demand. Yeah, conspiracy theories can be fun and interesting to dive into. Yeah. I don't know if I really dive into them, but I definitely can go not like full rabbit hole, but just a little rabbit hole. You know, there was a question about which nightmare seemed like it showed Freddy's personality. I think maybe this one. This one seems like it shows the most of his personality. Like it's like a little playful. A little true, because if you dive too deep, you can really get lost in those rabbit holes. I think a lot of people do get lost in the rabbit holes and it becomes a part of their identity. And I feel like I can go deep into a rabbit hole without it becoming who I am. But I don't know why. I'm just gonna see how much longer. This seems like the end. No, it's like the middle. 40 more minutes. Only 48 minutes in. I mean, more so in the fact that you can lose many hours to it. Like, you can find yourself spending the whole day looking up this stuff if you aren't careful. Yeah, I usually find myself doing it at night. And then I just lose sleep. I miss the energy of the 5th hour. You just open the window and it's such a beautiful view. Needing that second espresso. I think I do. It lasted for 2 hours. I do think I need probably like a stretch, like a deep stretch. There's actually, so the coffee table is right here and the couch is right here. So I don't know if you could see, like, there's like this amount of space. So it's actually a really tight squeeze. Definitely. Yeah, I think I need a stretch. Get the blood pumping. I was gonna do jumping jacks, but I was like, I think I'll actually have too much energy. Yeah, I think I might have to do hip stretches. Yeah, I'm gonna do some hip stretches. It's actually so uncomfortable sitting here. We officially hit the 7-hour mark. Wow. 7 hours. I think this is the longest I've gotten without really looking at my phone. Yeah, I'm taking a look at some of the comments, and I think if I had better discretion, I probably wouldn't have posted some of the things I posted today, because the comments are wild. Trying to catch up. I think it's interesting. How do you fight something that's not real? Yeah, I don't really think I would do another long live stream again. So I think the premise of this one is that Freddy has a daughter. I'm not sure if I've ever seen this one before, so I am not familiar with the premise of him having a daughter. Throughout the movie, they have the words to the nursery rhyme, if you could call it that, like written in different places, which I find fascinating. Yeah, I feel very chaotic about social media today. I feel like I might just delete everything. Someone said, "How do you do an 11-hour live stream?" I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I've posted so many things that are questionable that I actually don't know where to start to delete things. Um, I'm curious what the next Freddy one will be. I think it's the new nightmare, and I am so curious how it portrays him in a different light. I heard that it's scarier, but I'm curious how it could be scarier, and how they do that. I can't really hear the dialogue, but also I don't feel like having it scream when they scream. So I think Freddy is a very interesting character. He reminds me a lot of Chucky. But the other characters and like the imagination part reminds me more of it. So I am super confused at who the characters are because I haven't really been paying close attention. But a lot of them seem older than teenagers. And I don't know if that's because they're his daughter's age, and I'm trying to work out the years of how old she would be if he had her when he was alive. Because I don't think I'm really certain about those years, about when they killed him. Because I thought it was like in the past. From what I remembered. I'm going to look it up. Freddy's daughter. How? In the revival. Oh, no, this is not Freddy Krueger daughter. Oh, that's disturbing. There's like a certain kind of misery in being in a group chat. Am I right? It's great to like stay connected with people, but also when people just keep posting in a group chat, it's overwhelming. And also, like, if you had to say something that was like super important, you probably would talk to someone one-to-one, and you wouldn't put it in a group chat. But those are my thoughts on a group chat. I mean, there's some group chats I'm in, and it's like, you know, you just occasionally hear from them. But then there's other ones that I feel like have no etiquette. Like, they'll just keep sending things and sending things and sending things when it's like not necessary. But yeah, I don't know. I'm considering leaving a group chat, but I don't know. I don't know if I have it in me. So this scene has like lockers, which makes me reminiscent of the earlier scenes in, I think, the fourth one or the fifth one. Yeah, so I have no idea if I could go for another 4 hours. This has been a long time. I feel like I need more espresso. But then I'd never sleep. I don't know why he keeps cutting off his own fingers. I'm just watching him cutting off his own fingers. And they grow back. Not quite sure I could go another 4 hours. Welcome back. I'm considering whether or not I could go another 4 hours. I feel like I need to do yoga. Oh, well, I don't blame you. If you need to stop, it's been a while. 11 hours is a hell of a goal, to be fair. Yeah. I'm not sure how much longer is in this movie. 18 minutes. Yeah, I don't know if I have it in me. 7 hours is still a long stream. Yeah, I'll have to redo the thumbnail. I'm sorry, I promised 11 hours. I think we might stop at 7. Yeah, 4 more hours. I don't know if I could do it. But yeah, this has been so fun. It's really been so much fun. I'm really enjoying it. But also, I think I need to do some yoga, and I really need to go for a walk, but it's dark out, so I actually won't go for a walk. Especially since I've been watching so much horror. I'm not going for a walk in the dark. Yeah, thank you everyone for joining. We're gonna stop at 7:17, which is right now. It was such a joy to talk to you too. Thank you all for stopping by. We're ending early. Bye.